Soren Kierkegaard, various readings. Christian Ethics, General Part, by Dr. H. Martensen, translated by C. Spence, 1891, pages 302 to 305. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Imitation of Christ and Justifying Faith. In another form, the setting aside of the Redeemer and of justification by faith as here described is to be found in recent times in the religious writings of S. Kierkegaard. Here the example is set forth not with a contemplative nor with a mystic bearing, but in relation to practical asceticism, in relation to the works of Christianity, and more especially to the sufferings connected with these. Union to Christ's human and divine personality is here represented as a demand to believe the divine paradox, that God became man, to believe against reason by virtue of the absurd. But the significance of this divine miracle is to Kierkegaard entirely merged in Christ's manifestation as the example. To follow Christ is with him all in all. When first through a miracle we have attained the perception of the fact, imperceptible to the multitude, in his form of a servant, Kierkegaard desires, as we have explained in the foregoing part of this work, to break down the monstrous illusion of nominal Christianity, that all, without further conditions, are Christians. He desires, in opposition to the cheap Christianity of the multitude, to set it at a higher price, to make its demands valid, because men have too long contented themselves with Christ's benefits. His fundamental idea is that what concerns a man is to live his life as the individual, and that the individual who is to become a Christian must find himself alone, alone in the whole world, alone face to face with God. Whilst the mystic at times allows the individual pantheistically to be swallowed up in the depth of divinity, and thereby denies the principle of personality and the ethical, which he in other moments acknowledges, but from the barb of which he escapes by plunging for a time into the pantheistic ocean, Kierkegaard's ethical tendency shows itself in this, that in full earnestness he maintains the individual in his validity, face to face with the personal God. He discovers this principle by not, like the mystics, fixing his contemplation merely on man's finiteness and misery, but also seeking in the most earnest manner to awaken not only consciousness of sin, but moreover consciousness of guilt. Religious consciousness of guilt is the strongest practical evidence of the infinite value of human personality. For although man, in the consciousness of his guilt, feels himself to be absolutely unworthy, he is at the same time aware that his guilt has infinite significance to God himself, who appointed him to everlasting bliss. In this combination of the consciousness of guilt with the anticipation of eternal salvation is just the infinite pain of this consciousness. But the more Kierkegaard thus exalts the importance of the individual, the more earnestly he sets forth the principle of personality and personal relation to God, the more determinedly he aims at leading the individual to Christ, in order that the individual, by the imitation of Christ, may attain the eternal bliss which by sin and guilt is lost. The more he urges the consciousness of guilt and the demands of the law, the more must it be felt as a misguiding error that he only leads the individual with the oppressive consciousness of his sin and his guilt to the example, but not to the Redeemer. The example is torn apart from the ground of reconciliation, and appropriation is therefore entirely set aside by Kierkegaard, whilst he impatiently hastens on to ascetic exercises and deeds of love, and in indignation over the many who call themselves Christians without being really so, does not give himself time for the due consideration of Christ's work of love, of atonement by Christ, of justification by faith, of the sacraments as a means of divine grace for the sinner's forgiveness, nourishment, and spiritual growth, of the influence of the Holy Ghost through the Church, of the sustaining and supporting power of church fellowship for the individual, there is little or nothing to be heard in this system of Christian instruction. Where some glimpses of this do appear, as it were, in passing, they are not wrought out or digested, the results are not brought forward, so that thus they receive no determining, no absorbing significance. With power the example only is brought forth, and the demand springing from this, especially the demand to follow Christ in his sufferings. With power is only brought forth what he calls the paradox of faith, namely that God became man in the midst of time, and that eternal bliss is joined to the imitation of this marvelous example, who by his revelation awakens the offense of the world and of our own hearts. But of Christ's work a very imperfect explanation is given. Christ's work, according to Kierkegaard, is essentially merged in his prophetic office, in the revelation of the absolute witness of truth, who, though he addresses himself to all, will have nothing to do with the multitude, who only desires to be what he is, the truth, to the individual, who is therefore rejected by the multitude, mocked, and crucified. But of Christ's sufferings as high priest, of the great sacrifice which he offered for the sin of the world, in order to satisfy divine justice, which we cannot do, whilst the consciousness of guilt craves a satisfaction, an expiation of transgression, scarcely any mention is made. Again and again we are told of the sacrifice we ourselves should bring, of the sufferings we ourselves must endure, because in our sufferings we imitate the sufferings of Christ. But in this manner we are led back more and more to the ascetic errors of the Middle Ages, from which the Reformation has delivered us. Although Kierkegaard is opposed to the cloister life and self-imposed penances of the Middle Ages, yet it is not manifest that his own system, which unquestionably sharpens the consciousness of guilt, yet without admitting the propitiation of Christ as a determining factor in the work of salvation, is aught else but a repetition of the same in the midst of the Protestant world of the 19th century. A life carried out on the views of Kierkegaard, in which consciousness of sin and consciousness of guilt are essential ingredients, in which the believer exists, without this believer having found justifying faith, can only become a life of penitence. And as consciousness of sin craves propitiation, but the propitiation of Christ is absent, we return to the self-accomplished propitiation, because eternal salvation must be attained by a continued exercise of suffering and self-denial. Undoubtedly we also hear that eternal salvation is the gift of God's free grace and compassionate love, but this grace only comes afterwards, in the future life in heaven, when the man, first on earth by his own exertion, has achieved all necessary preparations. Christianity, on the other hand, teaches us not a grace which only comes afterwards, but a grace which is far in advance for man, an anticipating grace which comes to meet him, which from his birth receives man in its arms in baptism, which Kierkegaard ended by rejecting, a grace which step by step accompanies him to the grave, and which, to him who in faith devotes himself to it, becomes sustaining grace, which alone makes it possible for the man to strive after likeness to Christ. Doubtless Kierkegaard also speaks of a guidance in the life of the individual, by which in his own concerns he is brought to admire the goodness of God, and what the impotence of man can accomplish by divine assistance. But this guidance is without any connection with the appointments of God's grace in his church, and it must certainly appear paradoxical to us that this same guidance, which according to Kierkegaard's own expression must have so great a share in his authorship, should through more than 18 centuries have been completely inactive and indifferent in regard to the greatest phenomenon in history, to Christ's church on earth, which throughout these centuries must have appeared as an institution which had failed in essentials, which had admitted the multitude. For us the question can only be, if even this authorship has pointed out to us God's saving grace, which is revealed to all men, has revealed to us the way of salvation, by which God will lead all men, whilst he at the same time in his word warns us against all self-elected and self-discovered ways. It is this which we must deny. We do not deny that his religious teaching may exert a preparing and awakening influence, in many respects may serve to arouse anxiety and earnestness. But in so far as this hermit sentiment is intended to give us a right view of what it is to become a Christian and right views of the imitation of Christ, we consider its tenets as containing a deep and perilous mistake. End of recording. Christian Ethics, General Part, by Dr. H. Martensen, translated by C. Spence, 1891, pages 302 to 305. Soren Kierkegaard, Various Readings. The New Schaff-Herzog Encyclopedia of Religious Knowledge, Volume 6. Article by F. Nielsen. Edited by Johann Jacob Herzog, Philip Schaff, Albert Hauck, Samuel Macaulay Jackson. Published in 1910, page 330. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kierkegaard, Søren Aaby. Danish philosopher and religious author, born in Copenhagen, May 6, 1813, died there November 11, 1855. He was matriculated at the University of Copenhagen in 1830 and took up the study of theology, devoting also considerable time to philosophy and aesthetics. His first literary product was a small pamphlet in which he attacked Hans Christian Andersen, contending that the latter was mistaken in making the hero of his Only a Fiddler a peevish nature, and maintaining that genius can know of no defeat, but that, like a thunder shower, it will force itself against the wind. This utterance may serve as a specimen of Kierkegaard's thought. In 1840 he obtained his first degree in theology, and in the following year the master's degree for a dissertation on the concept of irony, with special reference to Socrates. Shortly afterward he went to Berlin. He wished to demonstrate the truth of Christianity, but not, like other apologists, by explaining its dogmas. On February 20, 1843, the first part of his large work, Whether or, appeared pseudonymously, rapidly followed by the second part, entitled Neither, in which he answers the question propounded by himself as to whether the aesthetical or the ethical type of life ought to be chosen. Between 1843 and 1846 numerous other works appeared from his pen, of which may be mentioned Fear and Trembling, Bits of Philosophy, What is Fear, and Stations on the Path of Life, in all of which he conceals his identity behind various alleged contemporary authors, representing himself as merely the publisher of their pseudonymous literature. Only his sermons were published over his own name. The first part of these works endeavors to impress the solemnity of Christianity upon an age which lived either without Christianity or with a Christianity founded on custom only. The theme, Only the Truth which builds is worth having, forms the substance of the entire pseudonymous literature published by Kierkegaard, and by his treatment of this theme he became a religious reviver of great importance. His positive construction of Christianity, however, did not fail to find opponents. Dogmatically he defined Christianity as a paradox, ethically as unmixed suffering, psychologically as a passionate departure from the ways of the world. He rejected the ideas of creed, church, priest, etc., and according to his conception a Christian is an isolated individual, alone with God, and in contact with the world only through suffering. When this part of his literary activity was completed, he felt as though he had fulfilled his mission, and desired to retire to a secluded parsonage. The attacks of which he now became the subject in the press, however, led his activity in a new channel, and the mental suffering which he had endured led him to consider the influence which mental agony exerts upon the life of a Christian. The fundamental idea of his subsequent writings became more religious, more Christian. His sermons treated of the gospel of suffering. From his early childhood Kierkegaard had regarded the old Bishop of Zealand, J.P. Mynster, with great reverence, for the latter had been his father's pastor. But now that he had come to consider it the duty of a Christian to lead a life of suffering, he asked himself if Mynster's preaching was not rather an ascetic misrepresentation of the paradox and the gospel of suffering than true Christianity, and was Mynster's life a martyrdom. For a long time Kierkegaard hoped that Mynster would admit that the Christian ideal had been correctly defined in his writing, and also that he, the primate of the Danish Church, did not live according to this ideal. Mynster, however, maintained silence, and as Kierkegaard did not wish to disturb the old prelate's tranquillity of mind, he also refrained from uttering his opinions. On the death of Mynster, however, a sermon preached by Martensen, in which the latter designated the late bishop as a faithful witness of truth, aroused Kierkegaard's ire, and he wrote a protest, the publication which, however, he delayed for some time. But when Martensen, 9 months later, was appointed Mynster's successor as a bishop of Zealand, this protest appeared in the periodical Fatherland of December 18, 1854, under the title, "Was Bishop Mynster a Witness of Truth? A Faithful Witness of Truth? Is this truth?" Martensen practically ignored his attack, simply stigmatizing Kierkegaard as a Thyestes who danced upon the tombs of heroes. This, however, enraged Kierkegaard all the more, and he returned to the attack with various articles and brochures, in all of which he censured official Christendom, its divine services, its religious acts, and its adherents. As an advocate of individualism, Kierkegaard had no sympathy for the multitude, or for the awakening tendency to organization. The enormous mental strain which his attack on organized Christianity had necessitated left him physically weak and hastened his death. Kierkegaard's works have established in Denmark a literature so rich, so original, and so complete in form that it is absolutely without parallel in that country. End of recording. Kierkegaard, Soren Aaby, by F. Nielsen, published in 1910, page 330. Soren Kierkegaard, Various Readings. The Concise Dictionary of Religious Knowledge and Gazetter, edited by Talbot Wilson Chambers, Frank Hugh Foster, Samuel Macaulay Jackson, in 1889. Article by C. P. pages 544 to 545. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hans Lassen Martensen. Licentiate Theology, Copenhagen, 1837. Doctor of Divinity, Kiel, 1840. Lutheran bishop. Born at Flensburg, in the Duchy of Schleswig, August 19, 1808. Died in Copenhagen, February 3, 1884. He studied theology and philosophy in Copenhagen, 1827 to 1832. Traveled, 1834 to 1836. Began to lecture on philosophy in the University of Copenhagen in 1838. Was appointed professor of theology in 1840, and became Bishop of Zealand, that is, primate of the Danish Church in 1854. He grew up and developed in close contact with, and yet entirely independent of the various movements in the Danish Church and their representatives, Mynster, Clausen, Grundtvig, etc. And though he never became a leader himself of any party, he brought into the Danish Church a strong but thoroughly digested influence from Hegel and Schelling on the one side, and Father Bader and the mystics on the other, which leavened its whole life. His first lectures in the university created great enthusiasm, the natural result of the novelty of his standpoint and the charm of his talent. Later on, he met with sharp opposition on account of the delusiveness of this very standpoint, it was said, and the danger of his talent. But neither the one circumstance nor the other seems to have had any effect upon him personally. In his quiet and reserved way he continued, uninterrupted and undisturbed, to unfold his ideas, and as he reached onward the attention widened and deepened around him. He is one of the most remarkable representatives of what is called speculative theology, a natural and inborn opposition between faith and science, theology and philosophy. He absolutely denied, and where a discrepancy actually occurred, he proposed a mistake, an error as its origin. Science, he said, can never reach a complete, all-encompassing conception of existence, of nature and history, unless it starts from the divine revelation in Holy Scripture as its center and faith, though in its innermost kernel a simple movement of conscience. The relation between God and man feels itself with necessity driven toward a scientific and systematic demonstration of its contents. But Holy Scripture is and must always remain the authoritative guide, an absolute norm for such a demonstration. And in spite of its many resplendent novelties and details, his Dogmatics, published in Danish in 1849 and afterward in 2 German translations, keep strictly within the pale of the doctrinal system of the old Lutheran Church. In Denmark, this book and the standpoint it represents, this complete union between faith and science, between theology and philosophy, and the speculative principle on which it was founded, was vehemently attacked by Soren Kierkegaard, to whom every and any scientific conception was utterly indifferent, as it has and can have no bearing whatsoever upon man's relation to God, and by Rasmus Nielsen, who protested that it was not the union, but, on the contrary, the opposition between faith and science, which made it possible for the human consciousness to hold them both by the same grip. But upon Martensen, those attacks, continued through years, seem to have made only a very slight impression. With his speculative standpoint he connected several elements of mysticism and theosophy. While traveling as a young man in Germany, he studied the mystics with great enthusiasm, and the result of those studies was the publication in 1840 of his Meister Eckhart, translated into German in 1842. They are also quite conspicuous in his Dogmatics, in his idea of Christ as a new Adam, whose apparition is not only of spiritual but also of cosmic import, and of the miracle as the key to the sacraments on the natural part of man, as building up within him the body of resurrection, etc. And they are even recognizable in his last great work, Christian Ethics, 1871-78, in 8 volumes, immediately translated into German, and often reprinted, more especially in Volume 2, Individual Ethics. The theosophical elements developed later, under the influence of Schelling's last writing, though he received the first impulse in that direction from Bader. They are principally met with in his Faith and Science, published in 1867, against Rasmus Nielsen, translated into German in Jahrbucher für deutsche Theologie, 14, 1869, and Jacob Boehme, 1881, translated into German, 1882. In his development of the logical, physical, and ethical idea of God, in his idea of the glory of God as the uncreated heavens, etc., his mysticism and theosophy were, however, very far from drawing him away from the world in which he lived. On the contrary, some of the best things which come from his pen are a number of memoirs on Münster, Grundtvig, Rasmus Nielsen, etc., not seldom of a polemic character, and always intended for some practical, instantaneous effect. By the sharp, just, and noble light which they throw both on persons and problems, they have proved invaluable contributions to Danish culture. Of a somewhat similar character are also his sermons, of which he published several collections. They are more contemplative than stirring. They instruct without exciting. Shortly before he died, he published his autobiography, also translated into German, Aus meinem Leben, 1888. Condensed translation of the article of P. Madsen in supplement to second edition of Herzog, Real Encyclopodie. In English have appeared of Martensen's works his Christian Dogmatics, Edinburgh, 1866, Christian Ethics, 1873-1882, 8 volumes, In German, besides those mentioned above, his correspondence with Dorner, Briefwechsel, Berlin, 1888, 2 volumes. Article by C.P. End of recording. Hans Lassen Martensen by C.P. pages 544 to 545. Soren Kierkegaard, various readings. From Punitive Righteousness, Christian Ethics, Second Part, Second Division, Social Ethics, by Hans Martensen, published in 1899, pages 135 to 137. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Punitive Righteousness. For the infliction of punishment it is necessary that the man come to recognize it as a deserved punishment. That is, that he acknowledge his sin, and likewise reckon it to him as his guilt. Sooner or later this acknowledgment of sin and guilt, that is, not only of this or that sin and guilt, but of the whole sinful guilty state, will come for every man, be it in this life, at the hour of death, or in the future life. When such a moment occurs, the man stands face to face with a great alternative. This knowledge, in which each one who has not been reconciled to his God will necessarily feel himself unworthy of communion with God, must either lead to repentance, to godly sorrow, in which he then lays hold of grace, in faith in the forgiveness of sins, or it must pass into despair, into an absolute renunciation of all hope, desperation. Despair is the last result of sin, except an escape from this hell can be gained by means of repentance. Despair is the essence and the proper meaning of hell, wherefore the Inferno in Dante bears that inscription, "All hope abandon, ye who enter here." That sin is not repented of must lead to despair, is evident in those men who have made greater progress in the path of sin. The farther a man proceeds in this path, the more a secret despair moves within him. Note 1. In Soren Kierkegaard's paradoxical utterance in his book The Sickness unto Death, that all men are in a state of despair, even though they do not know it themselves, we can only acknowledge the general truth, that in every human heart, in consequence of the state of sin, there exists a germ of despair. But it may also, with as good reason, be said, that in every human heart a germ of hope is present, and that man's hope, his hope, however indefinite, of salvation, is only fully extinguished in the extreme stages of sin and guilt. The conception of despair can, as we apprehend, only be set forth with the definiteness belonging to it, when it is fully defined in its relation to the conceptions of hope and futurity. End of note. However many false prospects and hopes the guilt-laden one may conjure up, there yet lies at the bottom of his soul a secret hopelessness, not merely regarding the event of his special egoistic efforts, but above all a hopelessness in regard of his own person, his future. Despite all his lies and all his defiance, yet the power of God, the power of good, so asserts itself for him that he fears the truth and reality of it. That he, this presupposed, feels himself overcome, rejected and excluded from the communion of God, and only staring into a starless night. In secret, we say, this despair is present, but if the moment occurs when the consciousness of guilt emerges in full clearness, it becomes manifested. In despair the sinner may yet, with the abyss of hopelessness and darkness before his eyes, abide in his defiance, in order to perish with heroism. But the history of sin shows us that even to the most defiant and arrogant sinners there yet come moments when they sink down, feel a deep horror of themselves, despond and despair, and it may perhaps be said that in hell there occurs a constant alternation, an incessant change of despair, now into defiance, now into despondency, in single instances both together. Compare Jeremiah 17, verse 9. The desponding hopelessness in which the sinner loses courage, becomes cowardly, and breaks down, must not, as one is often inclined to do, be confounded with repentance or godly sorrow. 2 Corinthians 7, verse 10. Not with a feeling of repentance, which ever includes a hope, however anxious, and a longing, but in boundless despair, in horror of himself. Judas declares, "I have betrayed innocent blood," and casts from him the 30 pieces of silver. That it is no godly sorrow is clearly proved by his suicide that follows. And to take an example from another sphere, not in repentance but in despair, King Richard III speaks, while his fate is overtaking him, and after he had dreamed his darker dreams of conscience, which have made his heart despondent. "My conscience hath 1,000 several tongues, and every tongue brings in a several tale, and every tale condemns me for a villain. Perjury, perjury in the highest degree, murder, stern murder in the durst degree, all several sins, all used in each degree, throng to the bar, crying all, guilty, guilty. I shall despair. There is no creature loves me, and if I die, no soul shall pity me. Nay, wherefore should they, since that I myself find in myself no pity to myself?" Shakespeare's Richard III, Act 5, Scene 3. Such sinners cannot believe in the article of forgiveness of sins. We see, too, how, soon after his outburst of his despondency and despair, he calls himself again to defiance. "Let not our babbling dreams affright our souls. Conscience is but a word that cowards use, devised at first to keep the strong in awe." And in the last words that we hear from him on the battleground, ere he vanishes from our eyes, "A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse!" we hear both the terrific anguish of despair, the terror of death in more than a mere bodily sense, and also the demoniacally raving defiance that will not give up its cause. End of recording. From Punitive Righteousness, Christian Ethics, Hans Martensen, pages 135 to 137, published in 1899. Soren Kierkegaard, Various Readings. The Expository Times, Volume the 13th. Editors James Hastings, Ann Wilson Hastings, Edward Hastings. September 1903, page 404. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Great Danish Thinker by H.R. Mackintosh. Kierkegaard has come to his kingdom slowly. For many years after his death, his name was almost unknown beyond the Danish frontier, and even yet 1 or 2 magazine articles represent all the influence he exerts in this country. Yet he is not a man to be neglected without loss. One who has been variously designated the Christian Socrates and the Tycho Brahe of modern ethics has surely some deep truth to impart to the world. He did not write for the general public. His methods are altogether different from those of the professed theologian. He wrote because he must, and from the first he found discerning readers, whose number at present bids fair to increase. These 2 essays were written as far back as 1847, and have at last been admirably translated into German by a loving disciple. They utterly defy analysis or criticism of the conventional kind. The first, entitled, "Ought a Man to Let Himself Be Killed for the Truth's Sake?" deals with the absolute voluntary character of Christ's atoning passion. The second treats of the difference between a genius and an apostle, and contains many memorable sayings upon the authority of the New Testament Scriptures. Suffice it to testify that very seldom indeed do we remember to have read papers of a like originality, ingenuity, subtlety, and elemental and passionate power. Their spirit is profoundly Christian. Like the work of all really great minds, they leave irritating trifles on one side, and go straight to the center of things. Had Kierkegaard written in German, or, which is more difficult to imagine, French, his name would long ago have been a household word. Will someone not translate a selection of his shorter pieces into English? The task would be a comparatively light one, for his style has all the simplicity of nature, and his are thoughts which appeal to the universal heart. H.R. Mackintosh, Aberdeen. End of recording. A Great Danish Thinker by H.R. Mackintosh, page 404. Soren Kierkegaard, Various Readings. The Concise Dictionary of Religious Knowledge and Gazetter. Edited by Talbot Wilson Chambers, Frank Hugh Foster, Samuel Macaulay Jackson in 1889. Pages 473 to 475. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kierkegaard, Søren Aaby, by C.H.A. Kyerke-Gord. Born at Copenhagen, May 5, 1818. Died the same place, November 11, 1855, having never left his native city for more than a few days at a time, excepting once, when he went to Germany to study Schelling's philosophy. He was the most original thinker and theological philosopher the North ever produced. His fame has been steadily growing since his death, and he bids fair to become the leading religio-philosophical light of Germany. Not only his theological, but also his ascetic works, has of late become the subject of universal study in Europe. As a boy, Søren Kierkegaard was weak in health, rather morbid and precocious. From his father, a Jutland peasant and wool handler in Copenhagen, he inherited a sharp wit and keen insight, together with a large amount of melancholy, traits that led him into much trouble and laid him in an early grave. In 1830 he graduated from the University of Copenhagen, and 10 years later he passed the theological examination, but neither sought nor ever filled any public ministry. His degree of M.A. he earned by an essay on irony, the main concept of his future philosophy. His father left him a fortune, which enabled him to live in independent and elegant retirement. But he was most literally alone in the world, as he said himself, quote, "Knowing all, I am known by nobody." End quote. He was never married, though for a few months engaged. Søren Kierkegaard's writings abound in psychological observations and experiences, great penetration and dexterous experimentation, all of which enable him to speak of that which but few know and fewer still can express. His diction is noble, his dialectics refined and brilliant. Scarcely a page of his can be found which is not rich in poetic sentiment and passionate, though pure enthusiasm. It is generally conceded that his literary productions overflow with intellectual wonders. Still, it must be said that he is often more fascinating and seductive than convincing. He defined his task to be, quote, "to call attention to Christianity," unquote, to make himself an instrument to summon people to the truly human. Ideal or true Christianity, so little known, as he claimed, and to which he wanted to call attention, is neither a theory, scientific or otherwise, but a life and a mode of existence, a life which nature can neither define nor teach. It is an existence rooted wholly in the beyond, though it must be realized in actual life. Christian truth is not and cannot be the subject of science, for it is not objective, but purely subjective. He does not deny the value of objective science. He admits its use and necessity in the real world. But he utterly discards any claims it may lay to the spiritual relations of the Christian, relations which are and can be only subjective, personal, and individual. Defined, his perception is this, quote, "Subjectivity is the truth," unquote. A doubtful proposition, and only true with regard to the one who could say about himself, quote, "I am the truth," unquote. Rightly understood, it is the speculative principle of Protestantism, but wrongly conceived it leads to a denial of the church idea. However, the main element of this philosophy would not have met with any determined opposition had Kierkegaard moderated his language. As it was, he defiantly declared war against all speculation as a source of Christianity, and opposed those who seek to speculate on faith, as was the case in his day and before, thereby striving to get an insight into the truths of revelation. Speculation, he claimed, leads to, quote, a fall, unquote, and to a falsification of the truth. He would protect faith from speculation by declaring it to be beyond reasoning, because it is, quote, absurd, unquote, or even, quote, divinely absurd, unquote. Credo qui absurdum est, as he said. Again, he declared that Christianity is, quote, the absolute paradox, unquote, which must be believed in defiance of all reason, quote, in virtue of the absurd, unquote. Here he gave offense, and so he did, too, when he propounded his method of arriving at Christian truth. In answering that to him momentous question, how do I become a Christian? He does not point directly to faith and the imitation of Christ, but proposes the Socratic method of, quote, betrayal into truth, unquote. Quote, it is just a Socrates of which this world, perplexed by its great knowledge, stands in need, unquote, to help it to turn against speculation, quote, to make difficulties, unquote, to disperse all imaginary knowledge, and to evoke soberness. He was right enough when he insisted upon the category of, quote, the individual, unquote, in opposition to pantheism and the dead churchism of his day. Without personal relationship, the cause of Christianity falls to the ground. Quote, everyone must navigate the sea of this world in his own little kayak, unquote. To be saved, quote, one must embark in the vessel of his own individuality, unquote. But he denies the church idea and leads us astray when he says, quote, every human being of earnest mind who knows what edification means, everyone, whatever else they may be, high or low, wise or simple, man or woman, everyone who has felt the power of edification, or God present with them, will grant me unconditionally that it is impossible to edify or to be edified en masse. Edification, yet more than love, can only bear relation to the individual. The individual, not in the sense of the distinguished and specially endowed, but the individual in the sense in which everyone ought and can be such, in which he must place his honor, nay, his salvation, on attaining, unquote. He destroys all ministry, and makes Christ the Savior of the individual only, overlooking both the church and the world, when he says, quote, the individual. This category has only been employed once before, the first time in a decidedly dialectic manner by Socrates, in order to overthrow paganism. In Christianity, on the other hand, it is to be employed this second time to make men, i.e., nominal Christians, real followers of Christ. It is not the category of the missionary in regard to the heathen, which he announces to the Christian world, but it is the missionary's category within Christendom itself to reintroduce Christianity into Christendom, unquote. His one-sided interest in, quote, the individual, unquote, led him to a false position in regard to the established state church, or, as he called it, quote, official Christianity, unquote, which was, as he repeatedly declared, quote, a vast deception, unquote. It also made him antagonistic to church people at large, quote, the thousands of people who call themselves Christians, but have their lives in entirely different categories, unquote. During the last few years of his life he became quite violent in his denunciations, particularly so after the funeral of Bishop Minster, a man and a minister of no remarkable qualities, whom Bishop Martensen extravagantly characterized as, quote, witness of truth, unquote. In a periodical, The Moment, established and owned by Kyerke-Gord, he overdid himself, and made himself the laughing-stock of many. In the most extraordinary language he abused the clergy for their easy-going ways, for making a, quote, living out of the wounds and bruises of Christ, unquote, and took them to task for their hypocrisy and betrayal of the cause of Christ. In the same paper he also frequently wrote about, "the dreadful error," to suppose that, "because one outwardly is within the vessel of the church, outwardly belongs to the community of the true church, he therefore has an insurance upon eternal bliss." Soren Kierkegaard's influence was good in many ways, but he never had the effect he expected, and died a disappointed man. He did cause many to ask about Christ and the living ways. He also influenced the clergy for the better, but it can be said on good evidence that he did a great deal of harm too. His characterizations of Christianity as a paradox and an absurdity, and of the Church as a vast deception, became the stumbling block for many, and caused much suffering and offense. The use one of his followers and a teacher in the university, the late Professor Rasmus Nielsen, made of his phraseology set an absolute barrier against belief in many a student's heart, and much of modern Danish infidelity and blasphemy may be laid at the door of both teacher and pupil. Many of his works have been translated into German. For example, Christentum und Kirche, Hamburg, 1861. De Lilien, etc., Halle, 1877. Hoher Priester, 1877. Ein Übung in Christentum, 1878. Die Krankheit zum Tode, 1881. Furcht und Zittern Erlangen, 1882. Entweder oder, Leipzig, 1885. Studien auf dem Lebenswege, 1886. Zur Psychologie der Sünde, 1890. Leben und Worten der Liebe, 1890. C.H.A. Kyerke-Gord. End of recording. Kierkegaard, Soren Aaby, by C.H.A. Kyerke-Gord. The Concise Dictionary of Religious Knowledge and Gazetter, 1889, pages 473 to 475. Soren Kierkegaard, Various Readings. Norway and the Norwegians, Volume 2, Chapter 13. Treschow, by Robert Gordon Latha, 1840, pages 149 to 157. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Niels Treschow. Treschow, his writings, Anthropology, also National Morality. Niels, or Nicholas Treschow, was born in Drammen about 90 and died in Christiania about 5 years ago. Had I belonged to the worshipful body of Freemasons, I should have had the honor of dining with him in July and of attending him to his grave in the September following. As it was, I merely saw him when he paid his visit to Oehlenschläger. A venerable old man he was, with hair white as snow, of a spare and thin make. Such men live long. He was in the fullest possession of his faculties to the very last. Indeed, the latest year of his life was spent in writing. He was his own biographer. An account of the even tenor of his life precedes his latest work, to which it serves as an introduction. Every demonstration of respect was shown at his funeral, which was attended by a long line of mourners, consisting of the most respectable inhabitants of the city. He was the Statsraad and Knight of the Dannebrog. Like most of the continental officials, he wore his orders about him on appearing in public. Such was the chief philosopher of the North. Holberg and his countrymen of the last chapter were Norwegians only by birth. They wrote in Denmark and as Danes. Now Treschow is representative of a different class, viz., namely, of those who, born in Norway and educated in Denmark, eventually returned back again to their fatherland. They lived at the time of the Union of Sweden, and so doing transferred their allegiance. Treschow, for instance, was a lecturer in Copenhagen before he was connected with the University of Christiania. Such writers are scarcely through and through Norwegians. I call these men intermediates. The works of Treschow are the class books of the northern metaphysicians. I am not in possession of the whole of them. The titles of such I know are as follows. 1. Anthropology, Copenhagen, A.D. 1808. 2. Philosophical Inquiry, Ibid, in the same place, A.D. 1805. 3. National Morality, Ibid, 1810. 4. On the Nature of Philosophy, Ibid, A.D. 1811. 5. Elements of the Philosophy of History, Ibid, A.D. 1811. 6. On the Nature of Man, especially in a spiritual point of view, Ibid, A.D. 1812. 7. Universal Logic, Ibid, 1818. All these were originally lectures given in the University of Copenhagen. Like all eclectic metaphysicians, Treschow is more acute than original, and critical than creative. No man was more familiar with the writings of his predecessors. Hence the German, French, and English trains of reasoning were equally well known to him. His style is clear and elegant. Towards the end of his life he is said to have thought with the ancients more than with the moderns, to have been Greek rather than either German or English. Like the views of all men who profess what is called many-sidedness, for example, the power of finding truth in paradoxes and error in received notions, his politics were passive and expectant rather than active and anticipating. Such being the case, he is to the ultra-liberals of Norway as Goethe was to those of Germany, and as Coleridge is to those of England, viz., namely, a man that puts indifferentism on higher grounds than those whereon sanguine men love to see it placed. His favorite subject is a question which is very well understood abroad, but not much considered here: anthropology. His Elements of the Philosophy of History is a purely anthropological work. He calls himself physical rather than material. He disclaims the notions of Lamarck. Man has not been developed out of a monad, but he has been developed out of some condition inferior to his present one. There was once a time when he could neither speak plainly nor walk uprightly, just as certainly as there was once a time when he could neither read nor write. The primeval state of man lay within certain limitations. It was never infinitely low in the scale of creation, inasmuch as nature produces parallel types, subject to parallel developments. Man grew out of an aquatic, or, I speak as a quinarian, natatorial type. In the inferior stages of his organization he was, not a monkey, but a walrus. The history of the individual is the history of the species. The human kind in general, like the human being in particular, has its ages of childhood, youth, manhood, etc., etc., with their characteristic virtues and vices. The uterus is to the embryo as the tohu vavohu was to the world. Our nature proceeds gradually towards perfection. I mention this last position of Treschow to show that he was none of those philosophers that degrade mankind con amore. If he thought lowly of our primary origin, he hoped highly for our final destination. If he sunk us lower than the beasts in our infancy, he raised us to the angels in our manhood. There is no prostration of our nature in the works of Treschow. To those who are familiar with the anthropology of the continental philosophers, his creed will contain nothing extraordinary. I believe that as he grew older he mollified his notions. The work from which the above dogmata have been taken was published A.D. 1811, the age of material physiologists and of imperfect geology. The name of the writer, who, above all others, formed the philosophical terminology of the Danish language, was Ilsho. He died at the age of 25, A.D. 1750, having studied philosophy under Wolff. He was a purist, and as such translated Greek words into Danish as often as he was enabled to do. Like other purists, he coined a multiplicity of new words, some of which died with him, whilst others, for example, bevigrund, inkelthid, selfivisted, etc., etc., became incorporated in the language. Here follows an abstract of Treschow's national morality by way of a specimen of his mode of thinking. Law is not arbitrary, but grounded upon certain immutable and eternal principles. Hobbes, Spinoza, and Helvetius were too wise men not to know this. Hobbes, however, saw it the clearest of the three. Nations have their duties as well as individuals, and those duties are not merely negative, consisting in the propriety of not injuring each other, but they are positive also, and consist in the performance of certain mutual good offices. Many of these good offices are determinable and evident. Where the selfish principle coincides in its effects with the dictates of a higher morality, it is an accidental circumstance. The old classification of laudable actions and the reduction of them into points of A. Wisdom, B. Courage, C. Justice, and D. Moderation is preferable to the modern mode of bringing all things under the heads of A. Duty towards oneself, B. Duty towards one's neighbor, and C. Duty towards one's Maker. Morality is a matter of reason in its highest sense, and not in that of the Benthamites, who make it synonymous with calculation. But what is the end and aim of reason? Is it happiness? Is it enjoyment? Is it perfection, truth, harmony, unity, tranquility, union with God? Any of these or all? No matter what may be the particular aim, reason is the striving after a higher and a nobler state, where the excitement of the operation is its own great reward. Individuals are mortal, and as such need religion to assure them of a higher existence. But nations are immortal, though only in a certain degree. This limitation imposes upon them also the necessity of religion, of which the hierarchy are the conservators and the ruling powers the defenders and encouragers. No national morality absolute, but traversed by the national character. National character formed by no single accident, such as language, position, climate, etc., etc., but by a variety of them, most naturally divided into selfish and unselfish. Commerce and conquest coincident with selfish national characters. Unselfish national characters either non-existent or found only in small districts, as the Pulu Islands, or isolated sects, as the Essenes. National character may be influenced for better or worse by causes within and by causes beyond our control. Causes beyond our control are the revolutions of nature and the inroads of conquering armies. Causes within our control are government, religion, and education. Tokens of honor, the only political means that a state possesses of forwarding the progress of improvement. Influence of traditional maxims, nations moral or immoral in proportion to their enlightenment. A people in the lowest grade of civilization no more moral or immoral than an infant. Virtue, in the sense of the ancients, a mental operation. Physical courage, as well in war as in other cases, reducible to an operation of the mind, and that not because it arises, as shown in a contempt of death, from a belief in a forthcoming immortality, since many of the heroes of old, Rolf, Kraka, Frithiof, and Mezentius, were infidels, nor yet from a consciousness of our comparatively superior strength, since the antagonists of the old heroes were proportionable puissant, but from our obedience to the voice of honor. Courage arising from anything but a moral principle is no virtue. Courage, fortitude, and patience that are forced upon us by the order of nature, such as the sick man's resignation, the Eskimos' contempt of cold, and the savage's endurance of hunger, are no true virtues. Readiness to receive impressions from others and to accommodate ourselves to their example is no true virtue. Energy hungers and thirsts after operation. It works, but it works after its own fashion, and with its own instruments. In this it must not be let or hindered. It must be free of external restraints. Thus, the love of freedom is a national duty, and it must go hand in hand with strength and a proud consciousness of strength. Encroaching ambition, less the vice of nations than of individuals. Virtue is modified by such external accidents as produce selfishness. Selfishness is not natural to man, but arising from the pressure of his necessities. Aims: A. At subsistence. B. Enjoyment. C. Possession of property. National selfishness exhibited in those cases where one nation makes war upon another solely on the plea that that nation may become a dangerous enemy. This can arise only from one of two causes: A. The notion that the nation in point is of paramount importance, whilst the others are but as dust in the balance. B. Exaggerated ideas of the importance of self-protection. As the selfish aims are triple, so are the unselfish feelings reducible to three heads: justice, benevolence, and religion. Justice referable to the love of order. What is not beneficial to the whole cannot be truly so to an individual. Nations cannot make over their country as individuals can their property. Thus far, then, national and individual rights and the rules applicable thereto do not coincide. International law undefined. Love of one's country limited on one side by selfish feelings, and on the other by the more general one of universal benevolence, grounded either upon our feelings or our duties. No man can live without receiving, either directly or indirectly, good offices at the hands of his neighbors. These he will owe rather to his fellow citizens than to anyone else. Hence the sense of gratitude, or the moral grounds of love of one's country, considered as a duty. Security and well-being are not the sole and whole objects of nations. Neither are the injunctions of international justice purely negative. Hence nations owe to each other something more than the mere abstinence from mutual injury, and that is the reciprocity of good offices. The means of working improvements in national characters are intellectual and spiritual cultivation. Add to the above the names of Schwag, Storm, Wolf, Pram, Zietzlitz, and Kierke-Gord, all Northmen and all poets. End of recording. Norway and the Norwegians, Volume 2, Chapter 13. Treschow, by Robert Gordon Latha, 1840. Pages 149 to 157. Soren Kierkegaard, Various Readings. Reminiscences of My Childhood and Youth, by George Brandes. Chapters 14 through 18, pages 98 to 108, 1906. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hegel v. Kierkegaard. Chapter 14. About the same time as my legal studies were thus beginning, I planned out a study of philosophy and aesthetics on a large scale as well. My day was systematically filled up from early morning till late at night, and there was time for everything: for ancient and modern languages, for law lessons from the coach, for the lectures in philosophy which Professors H. Bruckner and R. Nielsen were holding for more advanced students, and for independent reading of a literary, scientific, and historic description. One of the masters who had taught me at school, a very erudite philologian, now Dr. Oscar Seesby, offered me gratuitous instruction, and with his help several of the tragedies of Sophocles and Euripides, various things of Plato's, and comedies by Plautus and Terence were carefully studied. Frederick Nutzhorn read the Edda and the Nibelungenlied with me in the originals. With Jens Paul de Mulier I went through the New Testament in Greek, and with Julius Lang, Aeschylus, Sophocles, Pindar, Horace, and Ovid, and a little of Aristotle and Theocritus. Catullus, Martial, and Caesar I read for myself. But I did not find any positive inspiration in my studies until I approached my 19th year. In philosophy I had hitherto mastered only a few books by Soren Kierkegaard, But now I began a conscientious study of Heiberg's philosophical writings, and honestly endeavored to make myself familiar with his speculative logic. As Heiberg's prose writings came out in the 1861 edition, they were studied with extreme care. Heiberg's death in 1860 was a great grief to me. As a thinker, I had loved and revered him. The clearness of form and the internal obscurity of his adaptation of Hegel's teachings gave one a certain artistic satisfaction, at the same time that it provoked an effort really to understand. But in the nature of things, Heiberg's philosophical life work could not to a student be other than an admission into Hegel's train of thought, and an introduction to the master's own works. I was not aware that by 1860 Europe had long passed his works by in favor of more modern thinking. With a passionate desire to reach a comprehension of the truth, I grappled with the system, began with the Encyclopedia, read the 3 volumes of Aesthetics, the Philosophy of Law, the Philosophy of History, the Phenomenology of the Mind, then the Philosophy of Law again, and finally the Logic, the Natural Philosophy, and the Philosophy of the Mind, in a veritable intoxication of comprehension and delight. One day, when a young girl, towards whom I felt attracted, had asked me to go and say goodbye to her before her departure, I forgot the time, her journey, and my promise to her over my Hegel. As I walked up and down my room, I chanced to pull my watch out of my pocket and realized that I had missed my appointment and that the girl must have started long ago. Hegel's philosophy of law had a charm for me as a legal student, partly on account of the superiority with which the substantial quality of Hegel's mind is there presented, and partly on account of the challenge in the attitude of the book to accepted opinions and expressions, morality here being almost the only thing Hegel objects to. But it was the book of Aesthetics that charmed me most of all. It was easy to understand and yet weighty, superabundantly rich. Again and again, while reading Hegel's works, I felt carried away with delight at the new world of thought opening out before me. And when anything that for a long time had been incomprehensible to me, at last, after tedious reflection, became clear, I felt what I called myself an unspeakable bliss. Hegel's system of thought, anticipatory of experience, his German style, overburdened with arbitrarily constructed technical words from the year 1810, which one might think would daunt a young student of another country and another age, only meant to me difficulties which it was a pleasure to overcome. Sometimes it was not Hegelianism itself that seemed the main thing. The main thing was that I was learning to know a world-embracing mind. I was being initiated into an attempt to comprehend the universe, which was half wisdom and half poetry. I was obtaining an insight into a method which, if scientifically unsatisfying, and on that ground already abandoned by investigators, was fruitful and based upon a clever, ingenious, highly intellectual conception of the essence of truth. I felt myself put to school to a great intellectual leader, and in this school I learned to think. I might, it is true, have received my initiation in a school built up on more modern foundations. It is true that I should have saved much time, been spared many detours, and have reached my goal more directly, had I been introduced to an empirical philosophy, or if fate had placed me in a school in which historical sources were examined more critically, but not less intelligently, and in which respect for individuality was greater. But such as the school was, I derived from it all the benefit it could afford to my ego, and I perceived with delight that my intellectual progress was being much accelerated. Consequently, it did not specially take from my feeling of having attained a measure of scientific insight when I learnt what I had not known at first, that my teachers, Hans Brockner, as well as Rasmus Nielsen, were agreed not to remain satisfied with the conclusions of the German philosopher, had got beyond Hegel. At the altitude to which the study of philosophy had now lifted me, I saw that the questions with which I had approached science were incorrectly formulated, and they fell away of themselves, even without being answered. words that had filled men's minds for thousands of years: God, infinity, thought, nature and mind, freedom and purpose. All these words acquired another and a deeper meaning, were stamped with a new character, acquired a new value, and the decorated ideas which they now expressed opposed each other and combined with each other, until the universe was pierced by a plexus of thoughts and resting calmly within it. Viewed from these heights, the petty and the everyday matters which occupied the human herd seemed so contemptible. Of what account, for instance, was the wrangling in the Senate and the Parliament of a little country like Denmark, compared with Hegel's vision of the mighty march, inevitable and determined by spiritual laws, of the idea of freedom through the world's history? And of what account was the daily gossip of the newspapers, compared with the possibility now thrown open of a life of eternal ideals, lived in and for them? 15. I had an even deeper perception of my initiation when I went back from Hegel to Spinoza, and, filled with awe and enthusiasm, read the Ethica for the first time. Here I stood at the source of modern pantheistic philosophy. Here philosophy was even more distinctly religion, since it took religion's place. Though the method applied was very artificial, purely mathematical, at least philosophy had here the attraction of a more original type of mind, the effect being much the same as that produced by primitive painting, compared with a more developed stage. This very expression, God or nature, had a fascinating mysticism about it. The chapter in the book which is devoted to the natural history of passions surprised and enriched one by its simple but profound explanation of the conditions of the human soul. And although his fight against superstition's views of life is conducted with a keenness that scouts discussion, whereas in modern philosophy the contention is merely implied, it seemed as though his thoughts traveled along less stormy paths. In Hegel it had been exclusively the comprehensiveness of the thoughts and the mode of the thought's procedure that held my attention. With Spinoza it was different. It was his personality that attracted, the great man in him, one of the greatest that history has known. With him a new type had made its entrance into the world's history. He was the calm thinker, looking down from above on this earthly life, reminding one by the purity and strength of his character of Jesus, but a contrast to Jesus, inasmuch as he was a worshipper of nature and necessity and a pantheist. His teaching was the basis of the faith of the new age. He was a saint and a heathen, seditious and pious at the same time. 16. Still, while I was in this way making a purely mental endeavor to penetrate into as many intellectual domains as I could, and to become master of one subject after another, I was very far from being at peace with regard to my intellectual acquisitions, or from feeling myself in incontestable possession of them. While I was satisfying my desire for insight or knowledge, and, by glimpses, felt my supremest happiness in the delight of comprehension, an ever more violent struggle was going on in my emotions. As my being grew and developed within me, and I slowly emerged from the double state of which I had been conscious, in other words, the more I became one and individual, and strove to be honest and true, the less I felt myself to be a mere individual, the more I realized that I was bound up with humanity, one link in the chain, one organ belonging to the universe. The philosophical pantheism I was absorbed by itself worked counter to the idea of individualism inherent in me, taught me and presented to me the union of all beings in nature, the all divine. But it was not from pantheism that the crisis of my spiritual life proceeded. It was from the fountains of emotion which now shot up and filled my soul with their steady flow. A love for humanity came over me and watered and fertilized the fields of my inner world, which had been lying fallow, and this love of humanity vented itself in a vast compassion. This gradually absorbed me till I could hardly bear the thought of the suffering, the poor, the oppressed, the victims of injustice, I always saw them in my mind's eye, and it seemed to be my duty to work for them, and to be disgraceful of me to enjoy the good things of life, while so many were being starved and tortured. Often as I walked along the streets at night, I brooded over these ideas, till I knew nothing of what was passing around me, but only felt how all the forces of my brain drew me towards those who suffered. There were warm-hearted and benevolent men among my near relatives. The man whom my mother's younger sister had married had his heart in the right place, so much indeed that he no sooner saw or heard of distress than his hand was in his pocket, although he had little from which to give. My father's brother was a genuinely philanthropic man, who founded one beneficent institution or society after the other, had an unusual power of inducing his well-to-do fellow townsmen to carry his schemes through, and in the elaboration of them showed a perception and practical sense that almost amounted to genius. This was the more surprising since his intelligence was not otherwise remarkable for its keenness, and his reasoning methods were confused. But what I felt was quite different. My feelings were not so easily roused as those of the first mentioned. I was not so good-natured or so quick to act as he. Neither did they resemble those of my other uncle, who merely represented compassion for those unfortunately situated, but was without the least vestige of rebellious feeling against the conditions or the people responsible for the misery. My uncle was always content with life as it was, saw the hand of a loving providence everywhere, and was fully and firmly convinced that he himself was led and helped by this same providence, which specially watched over the launching of his projects for the welfare of mankind. No, my feeling was quite another kind. Nothing was farther removed from me than this sometimes quiet, childish optimism. It was not enough for me to advertise the sufferings of a few individuals, and, when possible, alleviate them. I sought the causes of them in brutality and injustice. Neither could I recognize the finger of a universal ruler in a confusion of coincidences, conversations, newspaper articles, and advice by prudent men, the outcome of all which was the founding of a society for seamstresses, or the erection of a hospital to counteract the misery that the controlling power had itself occasioned. I was a child no longer, and in that sense never had been childish, but my heart bled none the less with sympathy for society's unfortunates. I did not as yet perceive the necessity of that selfishness which is self-assertion, and I felt oppressed and tormented by all that I, in my comparatively advantageous position as a non-proletarian, enjoyed, while many others did not. Then another mood, with other promptings, asserted itself. I felt an impulse to step forward as a preacher to the world around me, to the thoughtless and the hard-hearted. Under the influence of strong emotion I wrote an edifying discourse, The Profitable Fear. I began to regard it as my duty, so soon as I was fitted for it, to go out into the town and preach at every street corner, regardless of whether a lay preacher like myself should encounter indifference or harvest scorn. This course attracted me because it presented itself to me under the guise of the most difficult thing, and, with the perversity of youth, I thought difficulty the only criterion of duty. I only needed to hit upon something which seemed to me to be the right thing, and then say to myself, "You dare not do it." For all the youthful strength and daring that was in me, all my deeper feelings of honor and of pride, all my love of grappling with the apparently insurmountable to unite, and in face of this "you dare not," satisfy myself that I did dare. As provisionally self-abnegation, humility, and asceticism seemed to me to be the most difficult things, for a time my whole spiritual life was concentrated into an endeavor to attain them. Just at this time, I was 19, my family was in a rather difficult pecuniary position, and I, quite a poor student, was cast upon my own resources. I had consequently not much of this world's goods to renounce. From a comfortable residence in Crown Prince's Street, my parents had moved to a more modest flat in the exceedingly unaristocratic Salmon Street, where I had an attic of limited dimensions with outlook over roofs by day and a view of the stars by night. Quiet the nights were not, inasmuch as the neighboring houses re-echoed with screams and shrieks from poor women, whom their late returning husbands or lovers thrashed in their cups. But never had I felt myself so raised, so exhilarated, so blissfully happy as in that room. My days slipped by in ecstasy. I felt myself consecrated, a combatant in the service of the highest. I used to test my body in order to get it wholly under my control, ate as little as possible, slept as little as possible, lay many a night outside my bed on the bare floor, gradually to make myself as hardy as I required to be. I tried to crush the youthful sensuality that was awakening in me, and by degrees acquired complete mastery over myself, so that I could be what I wished to be, a strong and willing instrument in the fight for the victory of truth. And I plunged afresh into the study with a passion and a delight that prevented my perceiving any lack, but month after month carried me along, increasing in knowledge and in mental power, growing from day to day. 17. This frame of mind, however, was crossed by another. The religious transformation in my mind could not remain clear and unmuddied, placed as I was in a society furrowed through and through by different religious currents, issued as I was from the European races that for thousands of years had been plowed by religious ideas. All the atavism, all the spectral repetition of the thoughts and ideas of the past that can lie dormant in the mind of the individual, leaped to the reinforcement of the harrowing religious impressions which came to me from without. It was not the attitude of my friends that impressed me. All my more intimate friends were Orthodox Christians, but the attempts which various ones, amongst them Julius Lang and Jens Paludan Müller, had made to convert me had glanced off from my much more advanced thought without making any impression. I was made of much harder metal than they, and their attempts to alter my way of thinking did not penetrate beyond my hide. To set my mind in vibration, there was needed a brain that I felt superior to my own, and I did not find it in them. I found it in the philosophical and religious writings of Soren Kierkegaard, in such works, for instance, as Sickness unto Death. The struggle within me began faintly as I approached my 19th year. My point of departure was this. One thing seemed to me requisite, to live in and for the idea, as the expression for the highest at that time was. All that rose up inimical to the idea or ideal merited to be lashed with scorn or felled with indignation. And one day as I penned this outburst, Heine wept over Don Quixote. Yes, he was right. I could weep tears of blood when I think of the book. But the first thing needed was to acquire a clear conception of what must be understood by the ideal. Heiberg had regarded the uneducated as those devoid of ideals, but I was quite sure myself that education afforded no criterion, and I could find no other criterion of devotion to the ideal than a willingness to make sacrifices. If, I said, I prove myself less self-sacrificing than any one of the wretches I am fighting, I shall myself incur well-merited scorn. But if self-sacrifice were the criterion, then Jesus, according to the teachings of tradition, was the ideal, for who was as self-sacrificing as he? This was an inclined plane leading to the Christian spiritual life, and a year later, when I was nearly 20, I had proceeded so far on this plane that I felt myself in all essentials in agreement with the Christian mode of feeling, inasmuch as my life was ascetic, and my searching, striving, incessantly working mind not only found repose but rapture in prayer, and was elated and fired at the idea of being protected and helped by God. But just as I was about to complete my 20th year, the storm broke out over again, and during the whole of the ensuing 6 months raged with unintermittent violence. Was I at this stage of my development a Christian or not? And if not, was it my duty to become a Christian? The first thought that arose was this. It is a great effort, a constant effort, sometimes a minutely recurring effort to attain moral mastery over oneself, And though this certainly need not bring with it a feeling of self-satisfaction, much less ought to do so, it does bring with it a recognition of the value of this self-mastery. How strange, then, that Christianity, which commands its attainment, at the same time declares it to be a matter of indifference to the revealed God whether a man has lived morally or not, since faith or lack of faith is the one condition upon which so-called salvation depends. The next thought was this: it is only in the writings of Kierkegaard, in his teachings concerning paradox, that Christianity appears so definite that it cannot be confused with any other spiritual trend whatever. But when one has to make one's choice between pantheism and Christianity, then the question arises: are Kierkegaard's teachings really historic Christianity, and not rather a rational adaptation? And this question must be answered in the negative, since it is possible to assimilate it without touching upon the question of the revelation of the Holy Ghost in the shape of a dove to the voice from the clouds, and the whole string of miracles and dogmas. The next thought again was this: pantheism does not place any one unconditional goal in front of man. The unbeliever passes his life interested in the many aims that man, as man, has. The pantheist will therefore have difficulty in living a perfect ethical life. There are many cases in which, by deviating from the strictly ethical code, you do not harm anyone, you only injure your own soul. The non-believer will in this case only hardly, for the sake of impersonal truth, make up his mind to the step which the God-fearing man will take, accentuated by his passionate fear of offending God. Thus I was tossed backwards and forwards in my reflections. 18. What I dreaded most was that if I reached a recognition of the truth, a lack of courage would prevent me decisively making it my own. Courage was needed, as much to undertake the burdens entailed by being a Christian as to undertake those entailed by being a pantheist. When thinking of Christianity, I drew a sharp distinction between the cowardice that shrunk from renunciation and the doubt that placed under discussion the very question as to whether renunciation were duty. And it was clear to me that on the road which led to Christianity, doubt must be overcome before cowardice, not the contrary, as Kierkegaard maintains in his For Self-Examination, where he says that none of the martyrs doubted. But my doubt would not be overcome. Kierkegaard had declared that it was only to the consciousness of sin that Christianity was not horror or madness. For me it was sometimes both. I concluded therefrom that I had no consciousness of sin, and found this idea confirmed when I looked into my own heart. For however violently at this period I reproached myself and condemned my failings, they were always in my eyes weaknesses that ought to be combated, or defects that could be remedied, never sins that necessitated forgiveness, and for the obtaining of this forgiveness, a Savior. That God had died for me as my Savior, I could not understand what it meant. It was an idea that conveyed nothing to me, and I wondered whether the inhabitants of another planet would be able to understand how on the earth that which was contrary to all reason was considered the highest truth. End of recording. Reminiscences of My Childhood and Youth by George Brandes, 1906. Chapters 14 through 18, pages 98 through 108. Soren Kierkegaard. Various readings. A Brief History of Modern Philosophy, 6th book, The Philosophy of Romanticism, by Harold Hofting. Translated by Charles Finley Sanders, 1912, pages 200 to 205. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Biographical. The Romantic philosophy made a profound impression in the Scandinavian North, differing according to the different character of the northern peoples. In Sweden, the Romantic opposition to empirical philosophy is particularly evident. The fundamental principle of philosophy characteristic of Sweden was this: namely, that truth must be a perfect, inherently consistent totality. And since experience merely presents fragments, and such, forsooth, as are constantly undergoing change, a constant antithesis of ideal and empirical truth must follow. After this idea had been elaborated by a number of thinkers, the most noteworthy of whom are Benjamin Hoyer and Erich Gustav Geyer, the school attained its systematic culmination in the philosophy of Christopher Jacob Boström, 1797 to 1866, professor of the University of Uppsala, according to whom time, change, and evolution are illusions of the senses, whilst true reality consists of a world of ideas, which differ from Platonism by the fact that the ideas are construed by personal beings. Denmark reveals the influence of Schelling and Hegel to a marked degree, especially among the writers in aesthetics and the theologians. The more independent thinkers, however, have devoted themselves almost exclusively to the problems of psychology, ethics, and epistemology, and assumed an attitude of decided opposition to abstract speculation. Frederick Christian Sibbern, 1785 to 1872, who labored at Copenhagen in the capacity of professor of philosophy for more than 50 years, in opposition to Hegel and Boström, placed great stress on a real evolution in time. Experience reveals that evolution has a number of starting points, and the contact of the various evolutional series with each other gives rise to strife, a stupendous debate of everything with everything, which in turn accounts for progress. This idea of sporadic evolution has likewise an important bearing on the theory of knowledge. Each cognizing being has the viewpoint of one of these beginnings, and hence cannot survey the entire process. Sibbern devoted himself more particularly to psychology, for which he was specially adapted by his gift of observation and his enthusiastic interest in human life. We shall consider Soren Kierkegaard, 1813 to 1855, only as a philosopher, leaving out of account his ascetic and religious activities, which have taken such deep hold on the life of the North. The author of this textbook has given a general description of this thinker in his book Soren Kierkegaard als Philosoph in Frommens Klassiker. Kierkegaard is a subjective thinker in the sense in which he used that word in the book Unwissenschaftliche Nachschrift, Unscientific Postscript, 1846, Kierkegaard's chief philosophical work. The ideas of the subjective thinker are determined by the interplay of all the elements of psychic life, by emotion and reflection, by hope and fear, by tragic and comic moods. And this thinking takes place in the midst of the stream of life, whose boundaries we cannot see, and whose direction we can never know, at least not in the fantastical and impersonal world of abstraction. Kierkegaard is the Danish Pascal, and his position in relation to the philosophy of his age possesses a certain analogy to Pascal's relation to Cartesianism. This predominantly personal character of his thought, however, does not preclude the possibility of his making valuable contributions to epistemology and ethics, or better, to a comparative philosophy of life, as he has actually done. Sibbern had already observed that the fruitful ideas of Kant had not received their just dues at the hands of his successors. Kierkegaard renews the problem of knowledge with still greater definiteness, and declares that Hegel had not solved the Kantian problem. We can arrange our thoughts in logical order and elaborate a consistent system. It is possible to elaborate a logical system, but a finite thinker will never be able to realize a complete system of reality. We deduce the fundamental ideas from experience, and experience remains forever imperfect. We understand only what has already taken place. Knowledge comes after experience. We cognize towards the past, but we live towards the future. This opposition between the past and the future accounts for the tension of life, and impresses us with the irrationality of being. The denial of the reality of time by abstract speculation is the thing that constitutes the thorn in the problem of knowledge. What is thus true of scientific thought is even more so in the reflections on the problems of practical life. In this case, it is personal truth that takes first rank. For example, the important matter to be considered here is the fact that the individual has acquired his characteristic ideas by his own efforts, and that they constitute an actual expression of his personality. Subjectivity constitutes the truth. Whoever prays to an idol with his whole heart and soul prays to the true God, whilst he who prays to the true God from mere force of habit and without having his heart in it is really worshipping an idol. Kierkegaard shows his romanticism in the fact that he sharply contrasts the heart of life as it is actually experienced, and entirely disregards intellectual integrity, which is an essential condition if personal truth is to escape identification with blindness. Kierkegaard outlined a kind of comparative theory of life, partly in poetic form, entweder oder, either or, Stadien auf dem Lebensweg, stages on life's way, partly in philosophical form, in his chief philosophical treatise mentioned above. He distinguishes various stadia, which however do not constitute stages in a continuous line of evolution, but sharply severed types. The transition from the one to the other does not follow with logical necessity, nor by means of an evolution explainable by psychological processes, but by a leap, an inexplicable act of will. Kierkegaard maintains the qualitative antithesis of life in sharp contrast to the quantitative continuity of the speculative systems. According to Kierkegaard, the principle of evaluation and construction of theories of life consists in the degree of opposition which spiritual life is capable of comprehending. The particular moment in the totality of life, time and eternity, reality and the ideal, nature and God, constitute such antitheses. The tension of life increases in direct proportion to the increasing sharpness of the manifestation of these antitheses, and the energy which is supposed to constitute life must therefore likewise be correspondingly greater. The professional artist who is absorbed in the pleasure of the moment represents the lowest degree. The writer of irony already discerns an element of the inner life which is incapable of expression in a single moment or in a single act. The moralist develops this inner life positively by real influence on the family and in the state. The humorist regards all the vicissitudes of life as evanescent as compared with eternity, and assumes an attitude of melancholy resignation, which he preferably makes the subject of jest. The devotees of religion regard the temporal life as a constant pain, because finite and temporal existence is incommensurable with eternal truth. The Christian finally regards his pain as the effect of his own sins, and the antithesis of time and eternity can only be annulled by the fact that the everlasting itself is revealed in time and apprehended in the paradox of faith. Kierkegaard wanted to show by this scale how comprehensive an ideal of life was possible even outside of Christianity. He likewise wanted to put an end to the amalgamation of Christianity and speculation in theology. But the anguish occasioned by the tension finally became his standard for the sublimity of life, and he had sufficient courage of consistency to draw the inference that the sufferings of no one are equal to those endured by God. This brings him into direct conflict with the romantic theory of the reconciliation of all antitheses in the higher unity, as well as with the accepted conception of Christianity. This furnished the motive for the deplorable controversy with the state church, which occupied the later years of his life. End of recording. Biographical by Harold Hofting, translated by Charles Finley Sanders. pages 200 to 205. Soren Kierkegaard, various readings, on the dedication to that single individual. Note 1. This, which is now considerably revised and enlarged, was written and intended to accompany the dedication to that single individual, which is found in Upbuilding Discourses in Various Spirits, Copenhagen, Spring 1847. End of note. By Soren Kierkegaard. Translated by Charles K. Bellinger, 1846. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the dedication to that single individual. My dear, accept this dedication. It is given over, as it were, blindfolded, but therefore undisturbed by any consideration in sincerity. Who you are, I know not. Where you are, I know not. What your name is, I know not. Yet you are my hope, my joy, my pride, and my unknown honor. It comforts me that the right occasion is now there for you, which I have honestly intended during my labor and in my labor. For if it were possible that reading what I write became worldly custom, or even to give oneself out as having read it, in the hope of thereby winning something in the world, that then would not be the right occasion, since, on the contrary, misunderstanding would have triumphed, and it would have also deceived me, if I had not striven to prevent such a thing from happening. This, in part, is a possible change in me, something I even wish for. Basically a mood of soul and mind, which does not produce change by being more than change, and therefore produces nothing less than change. It is rather an admission, in part a thoroughly and well thought out view of life, of the truth, and of the way. There is a view of life which holds that where the crowd is, the truth is also. That it is a need in truth itself, that it must have the crowd on its side. Note 2. Perhaps, however, it is right to note once and for all that which follows of itself, and which I have never denied, that in relation to all temporal, earthly, worldly ends, the crowd can have its validity, even its validity as a decisive court of last resort. But I am not speaking about such things, which I pay so little attention to. I speak of the ethical religious of the truth. And seen ethico-religiously, the crowd is untruth, when it is taken as a valid court of last resort for what the truth is. End of note. There is another view of life, which holds that wherever the crowd is, there is untruth, so that, for a moment, to carry the matter out to its farthest conclusion, even if every individual possessed the truth in private, yet if they came together into a crowd, so that the crowd received any decisive voting, noisy, audible importance, untruth would at once be let in. Note 3. Perhaps, however, it is right to note, although it seems to me to be almost superfluous, that it naturally could not occur to me to object to something, for example, that there is preaching, or that the truth is proclaimed, even though it was to an assembly of 100,000. No, but even if it were to an assembly of just 10, and if there should be balloting, that is, if the assembly were the court of last resort, if the crowd were the decisive factor, then there is untruth. End of note. For the crowd is untruth. Eternally, godly, Christianly, what Paul says is valid. Only one receives the prize. 1 Corinthians 9, verse 24. Not by way of comparison, for in the comparison the others are still present. That is to say, everyone can be that one, with God's help, but only one receives the prize. Again, that is to say, everyone should cautiously have dealings with the others, and essentially only talk with God and with himself, for only one receives the prize. Again, that is to say, the human being is in kinship with, Or to be a human is to be in kinship with the divinity. The worldly, temporal, busy, socially friendly person says this: how unreasonable that only one should receive the prize. It is far more probable that several combined receive the prize. And if we become many, then it becomes more certain, and also easier, for each individually. Certainly it is far more probable, and it is also true in relation to all earthly and sensuous prizes, and it becomes the only truth if it is allowed to rule. For this point of view abolishes both God and the eternal and the human being's kinship with the divinity. It abolishes it, or changes it into a fable, and sets the modern, as a matter of fact, the old heathen, in its place. So that to be a human being is like being a specimen which belongs to a race gifted with reason. So that the race, the species, is higher than the individual. Or so that there are only specimens, not individuals, but the eternal, which vaults high over the temporal, quiet as the night sky, and God in heaven, who from this exalted state of bliss, without becoming the least bit dizzy, looks out over these innumerable millions and knows each single individual. He, the great examiner, he says, only one receives the prize. That is to say, everyone can receive it, and everyone ought to become this by oneself, but only one receives the prize. Where the crowd is, therefore, or where a decisive importance is attached to the fact that there is a crowd, there no one is working, living, and striving for the highest end, but only for this or that earthly end, since the eternal, the decisive, can only be worked for where there is one. And to become this by oneself, which all can do, is to will to allow God to help you. The crowd is untruth. A crowd, not this or that, one now living or long dead, a crowd of the lowly or of nobles, of rich or poor, etc., but in its very concept. Note 4. The reader will therefore recall that here by crowd, the crowd is understood as a purely formal conceptual definition, not what one otherwise understands by the crowd, when it supposedly is also a qualification, when human selfishness irreligiously divides human beings into the crowd and the nobles, and so forth. God in heaven! How would the religious arrive at such inhuman equality? No, crowd is the number, the numerical, a number of noblemen, millionaires, high dignitaries, etc. As soon as the numerical is at work, the crowd is the crowd. End of note. Is untruth, since a crowd either renders the single individual wholly unrepentant and irresponsible, or weakens his responsibility by making it a fraction of his decision. Observe, there was not a single soldier who dared lay a hand on Caius Marius. This was the truth. But, given 3 or 4 women with the consciousness or idea of being a crowd, with a certain hope in the possibility that no one could definitely say who it was or who started it, then they had the courage for it. What untruth! The untruth is first, that it is the crowd, which does either what only the single individual in the crowd does, or in every case what each single individual does. For a crowd is an abstraction, which does not have hands. Each single individual, on the other hand, normally has 2 hands, and when he, as a single individual, lays his 2 hands on Caius Marius, then it is the 2 hands of this single individual, not after all his neighbors, even less the crowd's, which has no hands. In the next place, the untruth is that the crowd had the courage for it, since never at any time was even the most cowardly of all single individuals so cowardly as the crowd always is. For every single individual who escapes into the crowd, and thus flees in cowardice from being a single individual, who either had the courage to lay his hand on Caius Marius, or the courage to admit that he did not have it, contributes his share of cowardice to the cowardice which is the crowd. Take the highest, think of Christ, and the whole human race, all human beings, which were ever born and ever will be born. The situation is the single individual as an individual, in solitary surroundings, alone with him. As a single individual he walks up to him and spits on him. The human being has never been born and never will be who would have the courage or the impudence for it. This is the truth. But since they remain in a crowd, they have the courage for it. What frightening untruth! The crowd is untruth. There is therefore no one who has more contempt for what it is to be a human being than those who make it their profession to lead the crowd. Let someone, some individual human being, certainly, approach such a person. What does he care about him? That is much too small a thing. He proudly sends him away. There must be at least 100. And if there are thousands, then he bends before the crowd. He bows and scrapes. What untruth! No, when there is an individual human being, then one should express the truth by respecting what it is to be a human being. And if perhaps, as one cruelly says, it was a poor needy human being, then especially should one invite him into the best room. And if one has several voices, he should use the kindest and friendliest. That is the truth. When, on the other hand, it was an assembly of thousands or more, and the truth became the object of balloting, then especially one should God-fearingly, if one prefers not to repeat in silence the Our Father, deliver us from evil, one should God-fearingly express that a crowd, as the court of last resort, ethically and religiously, is the untruth. Whereas it is eternally true that everyone can be the one. This is the truth. The crowd is untruth. Therefore was Christ crucified, because he, even though he addressed himself to all, would not have to do with the crowd, because he would not in any way let a crowd help him, because he in this respect absolutely pushed away, would not found a party, or allow balloting, but would be what he was, the truth, which relates itself to the single individual. And therefore every one who in truth will serve the truth is eo ipso in some way or other a martyr. If it were possible that a human being in his mother's womb could make a decision to will to serve the truth in truth, so he also is eo ipso a martyr. However, his martyrdom comes about, even while in his mother's womb. For to win a crowd is not so great a trick. One only needs some talent, a certain dose of untruth, and a little acquaintance with the human passions. But no witness for the truth, alas! And every human being, you and I should be one, dares have dealing with a crowd. The witness for the truth, who naturally will have nothing to do with politics, or to the utmost of his ability is careful not to be confused with a politician, the God-fearing work of the witness to the truth is to have dealings with all, if possible, but always individually, to talk with each privately on the streets and lanes, to split up the crowd, or to talk to it, not to form a crowd, but so that one or another individual might go home from the assembly and become a single individual. The crowd, on the other hand, when it is treated as the court of last resort in relation to the truth, its judgment, as the judgment, is detested by the witness to the truth more than a virtuous young woman detests the dance-hall. And they who address the crowd as the court of last resort, he considers to be instruments of untruth. For, to repeat, that which in politics and similar domains has its validity, sometimes wholly, sometimes in part, becomes untruth when it is transferred to the intellectual, spiritual, and religious domains. And at the risk of a possibly exaggerated caution, I add just this: by truth I always understand eternal truth. But politics and the like has nothing to do with eternal truth. A politics which in the real sense of eternal truth made a serious effort to bring eternal truth into real life would in the same second show itself to be in the highest degree the most impolitic thing imaginable. The crowd is untruth, and I could weep. In every case I can learn to long for the eternal whenever I think about our age's misery, even compared with the ancient world's greatest misery, in that the daily press and anonymity make our age even more insane with help from the public, which is really an abstraction, which makes a claim to be the court of last resort in relation to the truth. for assemblies which make this claim surely do not take place, that an anonymous person, with help from the press, day in and day out can speak however he pleases, even with respect to the intellectual, the ethical, the religious, things which he perhaps did not in the least have the courage to say personally in a particular situation. Every time he opens up his gullet, one cannot call it a mouth. He can all at once address himself to thousands upon thousands. He can get 10,000 times 10,000 to repeat after him, and no one has to answer for it. In ancient times the relatively unrepentant crowd was the almighty. But now there is the absolutely unrepentant thing. No one, an anonymous person, the author, an anonymous person, the public, sometimes even anonymous subscribers, therefore, no one. God in heaven, such states even call themselves Christian states. One cannot say that. Again, with the help of the press, the truth can overcome the lie and the error. Oh, you who say this, ask yourself, do you dare to claim that human beings in a crowd are just as quick to reach for truth, which is not always palatable, as for untruth, which is always deliciously prepared, when in addition this must be combined with an admission that one has let oneself be deceived? Or do you dare to claim that the truth is just as quick to let itself be understood as is untruth, which requires no previous knowledge, no schooling, no discipline, no abstinence, no self-denial, no honest self-concern, no patient labor? No, the truth, which detests this untruth, the only goal of which is to desire its increase, is not so quick on its feet. Firstly, it cannot work through the fantastical, which is the untruth. Its communicator is only a single individual, and its communication relates itself once again to the single individual. For in this view of life the single individual is precisely the truth. The truth can neither be communicated nor be received without being, as it were, before the eyes of God, nor without God's help, nor without God being involved as the middle term, since he is the truth. It can therefore only be communicated by and received by the single individual, which, for that matter, every single human being who lives could be. This is the determination of the truth in contrast to the abstract, the fantastical, impersonal, the crowd, the public, which excludes God as the middle term. For the personal God cannot be the middle term in an impersonal relation, and also thereby the truth. For God is the truth and its middle term, and to honor every individual human being, unconditionally every human being, that is the truth and fear of God and love of the neighbor. But ethical religiously viewed, to recognize the crowd as the court of last resort in relation to the truth, that is to deny God, and cannot possibly be to love the neighbor, and the neighbor is the absolutely true expression for human equality. If everyone in truth loved the neighbor as himself, then would perfect human equality be unconditionally attained. Everyone who in truth loves the neighbor expresses unconditionally human equality. Everyone who is really aware, even if he admits, like I, that his effort is weak and imperfect, that the task is to love the neighbor, he is also aware of what human equality is. But never have I read in the Holy Scriptures this command: you shall love the crowd, even less, you shall ethico-religiously recognize in the crowd the court of last resort, in relation to the truth. It is clear that to love the neighbor is self-denial, that to love the crowd, or to act as if one loved it, to make it the court of last resort for the truth, that is the way to truly gain power, the way to all sorts of temporal and worldly advantage. Yet it is untruth, for the crowd is untruth. But he who acknowledges this view, which is seldom presented, for it often happens that a man believes that the crowd is in untruth, but when it, the crowd, merely accepts his opinion en masse, then everything is all right. He admits to himself that he is the weak and powerless one. How would a single individual be able to stand against the many who have the power? And he could not then want to get the crowd on his side, to carry through the view that the crowd, ethico-religiously, as the court of last resort, is untruth. That would be to mock himself. But although this view was from the first an admission of weakness and powerlessness, and since it seems, therefore, so uninviting, and is therefore heard so seldom, yet it has the good feature that it is fair, that it offends no one, not a single one, that it does not distinguish between persons, not a single one. A crowd is indeed made up of single individuals. It must, therefore, be in everyone's power to become what he is, a single individual. No one is prevented from being a single individual, no one, unless he prevents himself by becoming many. To become a crowd, to gather a crowd around oneself, is on the contrary to distinguish life from life. Even the most well-meaning one who talks about that can easily offend a single individual. But it is the crowd which has the power, influence, reputation, and domination. This is the distinction of life from life, which tyrannically overlooks the single individual as the weak and powerless one. In a temporal, worldly way, overlooks the eternal truth, the single individual. Note, the reader will recall that this, the beginning of which is marked by the atmosphere of its moment, when I voluntarily exposed myself to the brutality of literary vulgarity, was originally written in 1846, although later revised and considerably enlarged. Existence, almighty as it is, has since that time shed light on the proposition that the crowd, seen ethico-religiously as the court of last resort, is untruth. Truly, I am well served by this. I am even helped by it to better understand myself, since I will now be understood in a completely different way than I was at the time when my weak, lonely voice was heard as a ridiculous exaggeration, whereas it can now scarcely be heard at all on account of existence's loud voice, which says the same thing. End of recording. Soren Kierkegaard, on the dedication to that single individual. Translated by Charles K. Bellinger. Soren Kierkegaard, Various Readings. Scandinavian Studies and Notes, Volume 6, Number 7. Soren Kierkegaard, by David F. Swenson, University of Minnesota. Editor A. M. Strudevant, February 1920. Chapters 1 through 3, pages 1 through 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Father and Son. 1. The outer aspects of Kierkegaard's career suggest the placid and uneventful life of a student and man of letters. Born in Copenhagen on the 5th of May 1813, the youngest son of a merchant of means, he received the humanistic discipline of a classical school, and was enrolled in the university at the age of 18. The 10 years following were spent in somewhat discursive studies, ranging over the fields of aesthetics, philosophy, and theology. At 27 he received the degree of Magister Artium, and soon thereafter entered into an engagement of marriage, broken after a year upon his own initiative. He remained unmarried, and from this time until his death, which took place on the 11th of November, 1855, he devoted himself unremittingly to his literary labors, unfolding an extraordinary productivity. Kierkegaard was endowed with a sensitive organism, and under the calm surface of his outward life there stirred a tense spiritual vitality, the trait which Wordsworth eulogizes as a mark of spiritual elevation. The capacity to be excited to significant feeling without the application of gross or violent stimulants was his in an extraordinary degree. Events which in the lives of most men would have passed without creating a ripple upon the surface stirred his soul to its depths, and hence the apparent exaggeration which so many of his critics have found in his interpretation of himself and his experiences. The man of genius is naturally characterized by freshness and fullness of feeling, and Kierkegaard's personal experiences were certainly deeply felt, so profoundly, indeed, that they serve to stimulate in him a reflection of universal significance. 2. Both parents were of peasant stock. The father, Michael Pedersen Kierkegaard, came to Copenhagen as a boy of 12 and was apprenticed to an uncle engaged in trade. He eventually set up for himself, achieved success, and retired at 40 with a competence regarded as considerable for the times. This retirement from business synchronized with his second marriage, a year after the death of his first wife. Of the 7 children of his second marriage, Soren Aaby was the youngest. Thus the father was already 57 years old at the time of Soren's birth, while his mother was 45. Soren's mother had been her husband's housekeeper. Of a cheerful and domestic disposition, she seems to have been but little capable of entering into the intellectual life of her 2 gifted sons, and appears to have exerted a minimum of influence upon Kierkegaard's development. His journals maintain silence with regard to her. The father was a dominant figure, austere and precise. A deep strain of melancholy in his disposition, nurtured by unhappy and disquieting memories, tended in its turn to keep these memories alive. From this melancholy he sought relief in a pietistic religiosity, and to some extent, it appears, in philosophical reading. To him Kierkegaard attributes the deepest formative influences of his life. A merchant who retires at 40 from a successful business career in order to have leisure to repent his sins, read Wolffian metaphysics, and bring up his children in the fear of God, cannot be set down as an ordinary or commonplace character, and it is not surprising that his influence upon the son should have been profound. The melancholy which was the common heritage of father and son can be described by citing a single characteristic trait. One day, while herding sheep on the bare Jutland heath, embittered by his privations and oppressed by loneliness, the elder Kierkegaard, who was then a boy of 11 or 12, had mounted a hill and assailed with curses the God who had condemned him to so wretched an existence. In Kierkegaard's journal for the year 1846 there is a reference to this incident in the following terms: "The terrible fate of the man who had once in childhood mounted a hill and cursed God, because he was hungry and cold and had to endure privations while herding his sheep, and who was unable to forget it even at the age of 82. When, after Kierkegaard's death, this passage was shown to his surviving elder brother, Bishop Peter Christian Kierkegaard, he burst into tears and said, "That is just the story of our father, and of his sons as well." Elsewhere, in Stages on the Way of Life, Kierkegaard suggests that these dark moods serve to link the father and the son in a fellowship of secret and unexpressed sympathy. There once lived a father and a son. The son is a mirror in which the father sees himself reflected, and the father is a mirror in which the son sees himself as he will be in the future. But these two did not often look at one another in this manner, for their daily intercourse was carried on through the medium of a gay and lively conversation. But sometimes it happened that the father would pause and turn with sad face toward the son, saying as he gazed into his eyes, "Poor boy, you are the victim of a silent despair." This was all that ever passed between them. No explanation of the meaning of these words was ever vouchsafed, nor any discussion of how far they might possibly be true. The father thought that he was responsible for the boy's melancholy, and the son thought that it was he who caused his father so much grief. But not a word was ever exchanged between them on the subject. There are 2 other phases in Kierkegaard's boyhood and of his father's influence upon the development of his mind, which I shall allow him to describe in his own words, quoting the sketch given of Johannes Climacus, the principal character in De Omnibus Dubitatum Est, Of Everything Doubtful Be, an unfinished metaphysical essay written by Kierkegaard in 1842-3, and undoubtedly autobiographical in character. His home life offered but few diversions. He was scarcely ever permitted to go out, and thus he became accustomed at an early age to attend to himself and to his own thoughts. His father was very strict and dry and prosaic on the surface, But underneath this coarse and unpretentious exterior he preserved a glowing fancy, which not even his extreme old age was able to dull. When Johannes sometimes asked for permission to go out, he was most often refused. But occasionally, as if to make up for this refusal, the father proposed a walk together up and down the room. This seemed at first a poor substitute, and yet, like his father's coarse gray coat, it concealed under its plain exterior something very different from that which appeared on the surface. The proposal accepted, it was for Johannes himself to decide where to go. They passed out the gate and visited a neighboring palace, or went to the seashore, or wandered about the streets, all at the boy's pleasure. For the father's imagination was powerful enough to create a realizing sense of anything and everything the boy desired. While they walked up and down, the father described the sights along the way. They greeted the passers-by. The vehicles rumbled and drowned the father's voice. The dainties displayed by the fruit woman on the corner seemed more alluring than ever. When they were on ground familiar to Johannes, everything was given a description so vivid and minute that not the smallest detail was overlooked. When the way took them to scenes new and unfamiliar, the father knew how to draw so explicit a picture and give it so vivid an intuition that after but half an hour of this promenade Johannes was as tired and overwhelmed by his impressions as if he had been out of doors an entire day. He soon learned how to practice his father's magic art for himself. A dramatic representation supplanted the former epic narrative, and they conversed together on the way. When they walked amidst scenes from which Johannes was familiar, they prompted one another faithfully, lest anything should be overlooked. When the way was strange, Johannes trusted his fancy to combine the elements of his memory into pictures, while his father's all-powerful imagination brought into being every least detail, utilizing every childish wish as an ingredient in the drama. To Johannes it seemed as if he were witnessing, during the course of their conversation, a world coming into being. It was as if his father was the creator, and he himself a favorite, permitted freely to introduce his own childish fancies into the creative process. For he was never repressed, and his father was never at a loss. Every suggestion tendered was made use of, and always to Johannes's complete satisfaction. With an all-powerful imagination the father combined an invincible dialectic, and hence when at times the father was engaged in argument with a neighbor, Johannes was all ears. And this so much the more, as everything in these discussions was arranged with ceremonious order and precision. His father never interrupted the opponent, but let him speak through to the end. When he appeared to have finished, he always cautiously asked him if there was anything more he wished to say before beginning his answer. Johannes had followed the argument with concentrated attention, and was, in his own way, a truly interested participant. There came a pause, and then the father's reply. All was changed in the twinkling of an eye. How it was changed was a mystery to the boy, but his mind was fascinated by the spectacle. The opponent spoke in rebuttal, and Johannes was still more deeply attentive, if possible, than before. He wanted to bear every point in mind. The opponent approached his peroration, and Johannes could almost hear his own heartbeat, so impatient was he to hear the outcome of the argument. Then came the father's reply, and in a moment everything was changed. The things that had seemed clear before suddenly became inexplicable. The things which had seemed certain became doubtful, and the very opposites were made to appear evident. What other children possessed in the enchantments of poetry and the surprises of adventure, Johannes had in the calm of a vivid intuition and the swiftly changing perspectives of dialectics. When he became older he had no need to cast his playthings aside, for he had learned to play with that which was to be the serious business of his life, and yet it never lost its allurement. A girl plays with her dolls until at last the doll is transformed into a lover, for a woman's entire life is love. A similar continuity characterized Johannes's life, for his entire life was thought. In later years Kierkegaard was accustomed to spend days and weeks in practicing on himself different emotional and temperamental states, an exercise which he describes as a kind of nimble dancing in the service of thought. This making of himself an instrument for the exploration of the passions, by which he attained an extraordinary command of the scale of human feeling, was undoubtedly to a large extent made possible by the strange training of the imagination above described, fantastic as it must seem to all straightforward souls. A final and decisive paternal influence was that which had its source in the elder Kierkegaard's somber religiosity. The sternness of the parental discipline, indeed, gave the boy a lofty impression of duty, for he was trained to a strict obedience. Not that he was enmeshed in the web of a multiplicity of petty obligations, but with respect to the few commands that were laid upon him, it was the parental principle that no evasion was to be tolerated. Kierkegaard's large aesthetic sensibility thus received a restraining and balancing counterpoise in the form of a strong sense of the value of obedience, of authority, and even of an uncompromising severity. This left a permanent mark upon his thought. But it was in connection with the teaching of the Christian dogma that the father's influence was most pregnant with significance. The boy heard little at home about the gentle Christmas child, but so much the more of the suffering and crucified Savior. These impressions were brought so vividly to bear upon the boy's inner life as to do violence to his personality as a child, and in conjunction with his native melancholy they helped to rob his childhood of its natural heritage of spontaneity and immediacy. "I have never," he said, "enjoyed the happiness of being a child." This well-meant violence on the part of his father he later came to regard as a training, unnatural to childhood and youth, but which nevertheless later, when he was mature enough to profit by it, became his most precious spiritual inheritance. But his childhood, he avows, was burdensome with impressions, too heavy to bear, even for the old man who laid them upon me. My father's air, however, was not to be lacking in love, but to forget the difference between a child and an old man. This misunderstanding, indeed, served to strengthen the bonds of filial piety. To love one who makes me happy is viewed, in reflection, an imperfect form of love. To love one who from motives of malevolence makes me unhappy is virtue. But to love one who makes me unhappy because he loves me, and hence by a misunderstanding, but nevertheless really makes me unhappy, that is a form of love which to my knowledge has never yet been described. A form of love, nevertheless, which when viewed in reflection is revealed as the normal form of love. The religious discourses of Kierkegaard's authorship were repeatedly dedicated in their successive issues to my deceased father, Michael Patterson Kierkegaard, formerly a merchant of this city. 3. When Kierkegaard was 25, his father died. At this time, so he describes himself, his personality was a strangely developed potentiality. Fortunate in the external circumstances of his life, initiated into all kinds of pleasures, equipped with a superfluity of culture, gifted with imagination and the power of dialectic, he was an observer and student of human nature. His spirit was high-strung and proud. That he should ever be defeated in any undertaking seemed to him inconceivable, except that he had no hope ever to be able to overcome his melancholy. In his heart he entertained a lively sympathy for all who suffered oppression and hardship, and his total attitude toward life was thoroughly polemic. He had long entertained the ambition to be able to help others to clearness of thought, especially in connection with the Christian religion, for which he had never lost his respect, although troubled indeed by doubts, in many instances doubts of which he had never even read or heard. The death of his father, however, had caused a revival of the religious impressions of childhood, which he now came to experience in a somewhat idealized and less harsh form. A passage from the journals written at the age of 22 reveals the nature of his intellectual orientation. The entire passage is a sort of stock-taking, a review of his varied interests and ambitions. "My misfortune," he says, is that I am interested in too many things, and not decisively committed to any one thing, to which I might subordinate everything else. Along with jurisprudence, the theatre, theology, he takes up the claims of natural science as a possible prospective vocation, distinguishing between the industrious collector of facts and the organizing intellectual genius who succeeds in gaining a view of the whole. He expresses his admiration for the latter. Nevertheless, he concludes that it does not seem possible for him to make natural science his chief concern. The passage continues. It has always been the life of reason and freedom which has most interested me, and it has always been my wish that I might solve the mystery of life. The 40 years in the wilderness, before I could enter into the promised land of science, appear to me too precious. So much the more, since I have an idea that nature may also be viewed from another side, without requiring an insight into the secrets of science. In a particular flower I may train myself to see the whole world, or I may listen to the many hints and suggestions which nature offers with respect to human life. Theology would seem to be the sphere to which my interest most clearly inclines me, but my theological studies have hitherto met with the greatest difficulties. Within Christianity itself, such great contrasts present themselves as at least to place obstacles in the way of an impartial survey. Orthodoxy I have, so to speak, been brought up in, but as soon as I began to think for myself, the huge colossus began to tumble. I call it purposely a colossus, for it has in the main much inner consistency, and in the course of centuries the individual parts of it have been so fused together that it is hard to come to close quarters with them simply as isolated features. There are individual points on which I might be able to reach an agreement with the orthodox doctrine, but these would then have to be regarded as the green sprouts which may sometimes be found growing in the cleft of the barren rock. On the other hand, I might possibly be able to discern the errors and perversities present at other points, but the foundation itself I would have to hold, for a time, in dubio. If the foundation were to be changed, the whole would of course have to be viewed in a different light. And so my attention is drawn to rationalism. But rationalism seems to me to cut a very sorry figure, insofar indeed as the reason consistently follows its own impulses and spirit in the attempt to clear up the relation between God and the world. And insofar as it thus considers man in his deepest and most intimate relationship with God, and hence also comes to take Christianity into account from its own standpoint as the religion which for so many centuries has satisfied man's deepest religious need, insofar indeed no objection can be urged against it. But this is not what rationalism proceeds to do. It takes its essential coloring from Christianity, and hence stands on an entirely different footing. It is not a system, but a Noah's Ark, wherein the clean and the unclean animals lie down side by side. It makes about the same impression on me as the civilian guard we formerly had here in Denmark, beside the Royal Potsdam Guard. It seeks essentially to base itself upon the Scriptures, and sends a legion of scriptural passages before it at every point. But the exposition and development is not itself saturated with this consciousness. The rationalistic theologians behave like Cambyses, who, in campaigning against Egypt, sent the sacred fowls and cats before him. But, like the Roman consul, they are quite ready to throw the sacred animals overboard when these refuse to eat. What I really need, however, is a clear mind regarding what I ought to do. Not so much as to what I ought to know, except in so far as some sort of knowledge precedes all doing. I need to understand my place in life, and to see what call the divine power has for me. I need to discover a truth which is a truth for me. I need to find the idea for which I can live and die. For what would it profit me if I discovered some so-called objective truth? If I worked my way through all the philosophical systems, and could pass them in review when necessary, or if I were able to point out the inconsistencies within each particular school of thought? What would it profit me if I were able to develop a theory of the state, to combine scattered facts gathered from many sources into a totality, and thus construe a world in which I did not live, but only held up to the gaze of others? What would it profit me if I could expound the significance of Christianity, and explain many of its particular phenomena, if it had no deeper significance for me and for my life? What I need is the power to live a complete human life, and not merely a life of knowledge, lest I come to base my thought upon something so-called objective, in any case something not my own. I need something that is connected with the deepest root of my existence, something through which I am linked, so to speak, with the divine, and to which I could cling even if the whole world were to fall in ruins about me. It is in these closing aspirations that the keynote of Kierkegaard's subsequent life and thought is clearly struck. End of recording. Father and Son, Soren Kierkegaard, by David F. Swenson, pages 1 through 8. Soren Kierkegaard, Various Readings. Scandinavian Studies and Notes, Volume 6, Number 7. Soren Kierkegaard, by David F. Swenson, University of Minnesota. Editor A. M. Strudevant, February 1920. Chapters 4 and 5, pages 8 through 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Regine and Socrates. Chapter 4. In September 1840, Kierkegaard became engaged to Regine Olsen. This young woman of 17 had an important influence upon his authorship. So important, indeed, that it was Kierkegaard's expressed desire that the entire literature should after his death be dedicated jointly to his father and to her. A graceful and attractive figure, she was a child of joy and sunshine. So complete a contrast did she present to the profound melancholy and many-tongued reflection which was Kierkegaard's own inmost self, that, quote, "It was as if Simeon Stylites had stepped down from his pillar to invite a young lady of beauty and fashion to share his narrow pedestal." Quote by George Brandes. Kierkegaard thought it possible and permissible to conceal the symptoms of his own inner unhappiness. He believed it his duty to use, for this purpose, his native liveliness of wit, and whatever acquired virtuosity in concealment he possessed, and so make possible the realization of the projected marriage. Quote, "My father was the most melancholy man I have ever known, but he was at his ease and happy the entire day. He needed only to employ an hour at night to drain, like Loki's wife, the cup of his bitterness. This sufficed to make him sound again. For my part, I do not even require as much time as this, only a moment or two as opportunity offers, and all is well with me once more. From the bitterness of my melancholy I distill a joy, a sympathy, a tenderness of feeling, which surely cannot embitter anyone's life. I will not marry in order to compel another to share the burden of my melancholy. For me, therefore, marriage presents a most difficult problem, an anxious task, but it is also my dearest wish." End quote. Such were the ideas with which he entered into the engagement, but the moment he faced the situation at close range, the principle of concealment began to appear untenable, a violation of that spirit of mutual confidence and understanding which he considered fundamental to the marriage relation. His frail health, concerning which he obtained a physician's unfavorable prognosis, his melancholy, which he looked upon as unconquerable, his penitence for sins of youth, all rose up in protest against him to make impossible the realization of his love in marriage. For a year he wrestled with the problem. In October 1841 he broke the engagement. The journals are filled with echoes of this experience, and the Kierkegaardian literature is largely built up about it, though it cannot justly be said that the appropriate imaginative transformation of the material is ever neglected. In the journals of 1849, when his former fiancée had been for some years happily married, and at a time when the death of her father had given him a new impulse to reflect upon the relation between them, he reviews the story of the engagement in several parallel accounts. One of these, under the motto Infendum me jubes, Regina, renovare delorum. You ask me to renew, O Queen, an unspeakable grief, describes the proposal, the engagement, and the subsequent inner struggles between his conscience and his love. Quote, Inwardly, almost the next day, I saw that I had made a mistake. A penitent such as I was, my vita ante acta, my life before, my melancholy, these were enough. I suffered indescribably all the time. End quote. The year of the engagement falls by this account into 5 periods, each of which is briefly characterized. In the first, he suffers from his melancholy and his conscience, reproaching himself with having torn her loose from her moorings. In the second, quote, she gives herself free rein in a boundless self-assurance. At once my melancholy with respect to the engagement disappears. I breathe freely again. Here is a fault on my side. I should have taken advantage of this period to permit her to break the engagement. It would then have been a triumph for her. But the problem of realizing a marriage was too serious a problem for me, and besides, there was something childish in her presumption. End quote. In the third, quote, she yields herself in complete devotion and is transfigured into the most lovable creature imaginable. End quote. His first difficulty now returns, intensified by the sight of her devotion and by the sense of his own responsibility. In the fourth he comes to the conclusion that a separation is unavoidable, and writes her the following note, reprinted verbatim in Stages on the Way of Life. Not too often to experiment with something that must in any event be done, and which, when it is done, will undoubtedly give the needed strength. Let it now be done. Above all, forget him who writes this note. Forget a man who, whatever may be his powers, could never make a woman happy. In the Orient, the sending of a silken noose means death for the recipient. In this case, the return of a ring will undoubtedly mean death for the sender. End of that quote. She refused, however, to let the matter rest with this decision. Quote, in my absence she comes up to my room and writes me a desperate note, adjuring me, for Christ's sake, and by the memory of my deceased father, not to leave her. End quote. The crisis was temporarily postponed. In the meanwhile, Kierkegaard attempted to make himself obnoxious to her, quote, if possible to sustain her by a deception and to incite her pride. End quote. 2 months later he broke the engagement for the second time, despite her protests and those of her father. The gossip in Copenhagen accused Kierkegaard of experimenting with the affections of his fiancée. He himself went so far as to lend some encouragement to this opinion, thinking it might strengthen her self-assertion and sense of independence. His brother, a few days after the event, threatened to call on the Olsens and show them that Kierkegaard was not a scoundrel. If you do, was the vehement reply, I'll put a bullet through your head. This was the experience which placed Kierkegaard almost at a stroke in the full possession of his aesthetic and literary powers. The wealth of feeling which derives from it and centers about it constitutes a rich vein in the Kierkegaardian literature, and is one of its prime claims to distinction. The experience had probed deep, that he should have ventured upon an undertaking which he could not fulfill, and that he had been compelled to sacrifice his honor in the breaking of a solemn pact, stirred his sense of pride and self-feeling profoundly. A passage in Either or reflects one of the moods in which he reacts on the experience. What I need is a voice as penetrating as the eye of a Lynceus, as terrifying as the sight of a giant, as persistent as the sound of nature, as full of derision as a frosty gust of wind, as malicious as echo's heartless mockeries, running the gamut from the deepest bass to the most mellifluous soprano, and capable of modulation from the softest whisper to the utmost pitch of raging energy. All this I need in order to relieve my spirit of its burden, and to get expression for what is on my mind, to stir the bowels of my sympathy and wrath. End of that quote. What the ethicist in Either or thus desires, Kierkegaard came to possess in the fullest measure, for his unhappy love affair had made him an imaginative writer of the first rank. But the experience had, according to his own interpretation of it, also a deeper import. It gave his life its definite and final direction. Quote, "When I broke with her," he writes, "my impression was either sensuality in extremest measure or else absolute religiosity, and that according to a standard quite different from the clergyman's melange." End quote. The latter alternative was at bottom already chosen, prepared for by his father's discipline, and matured by the very motives operating to bring on the crisis above described. He came to make a beginning in two different places at one and the same time, namely, as a poetic and as a religious nature. Such is his own epigrammatic description of the situation. Quote, "Because of my previous religious training, the fact in question, the broken engagement, took hold of me in a far deeper manner than would otherwise have been possible. It annihilated to a certain degree, in religious impatience, the poet that had been born within me. The poetic within me, therefore, became something essentially foreign, something that had merely happened to me. The religious awakened, on the other hand, though not indeed produced by myself, nevertheless came to possess the most intimate relation to myself. That is, in the poet I did not recognize myself in the deepest sense, but rather in the religious awakening." End quote. However the poetic endowment demanded expression, the religious side of his nature, being the deeper self, took it in charge, and made it serve its own purposes. All the while it stood waiting, as it were, for the ascetic productivity to be got through with as soon as possible. The authorship bears the mark of this situation, since it has from the first a double character, ascetic and religious. And during the production of his ascetic writings, Kierkegaard tells us, quote, "The author himself lived in categories that were decisively religious." End quote. 5. The number of external influences to which Kierkegaard reacted was considerable. An author may gain a certain degree of originality through mere exclusion, but the individual stamp and coloring so highly characteristic of the Kierkegaardian literature is the consequence rather of an intensiveness in the personal reaction, and of an energetic assimilation of the given influences. What an author is able to write the day after his library has been burned has been suggested as a crucial test of his resourcefulness. Almost every line of Kierkegaard's seems to meet such a condition. So little is it the product of a bookish erudition, and so completely is it the expression of a free creative energy. Nevertheless, many general intellectual influences revealed themselves in his work, and entered deeply into its form and structure. As a true son of his native land, his inheritance included the full wealth of Danish culture as expressed in its literature. But of all Danish writers he appears to owe most to Holberg, the great pioneer of Danish comedy. Holberg's humor is something which Kierkegaard may almost be said to have absorbed in succum et sanguinem, into blood and spirits. The Holberg comedies served him for a veritable language, and the more technical philosophical treatises are replete with references to Holbergian characters and situations, giving substance and mass to the delicate comedy of their fine-spun polemic. Kierkegaard offers many points of contact with Romanticism. The style of the ascetic pseudonyms has an emotional intensity and abandon, a lyrical effervescence, at times an extravagance of feeling and statement, verging close upon the limits of the rational. By way of contrast, the religious discourses are written in a style noticeably sober even, and restrained. The involved literary structure of the pseudonyms, with one author inside another like the compartments of a Chinese box, has also been cited as a romantic trait. More significant, however, is the strong attraction which Kierkegaard felt, in common with most romanticists, for the primitive in folklore, ballads, and sagas. He made systematic studies of the great representative figures that stand out so strongly for the medieval imagination: a Don Juan, a Faust, the Wandering Jew, a Robin Hood. And he shares with the German romanticists an unbounded admiration for Shakespeare. Of a rich Shakespearean insight he makes liberal use for his own delineation of the passions. Though he may be said to have had a sympathetic appreciation of the German Romantic movement, his dissertation on the concept of irony reveals him as a severe critic of its aberrations. His attitude was on the whole too objective and analytic for him to be classified as a romanticist. Kierkegaard's relation to Hegel was that of a student sufficiently docile to absorb the master's teaching, but whose matured criticism just on that account became all the more dangerously destructive. To Hegel he owes his mastery of a precise and finished philosophical terminology, and Hegel's influence may perhaps also be traced in the frequent reversion to an algebraic abstract style, clashing somewhat strangely with expressions vividly poetic in their concreteness. But undoubtedly the most important and the most intimate influence leaving its mark upon Kierkegaard's work and thought was the personality of Socrates. His dissertation was an interpretation of Socrates from the point of view of the Socratic irony. This study reveals a sympathetic appreciation of the Athenian sage, and became the point of departure for an increasingly deeper understanding, culminating in the sense of an intimate spiritual kinship. Kierkegaard recognized in his own life work the fulfillment of an ethical and intellectual task analogous to that which Socrates performed for ancient Greece. This thought received its first expression in the journals immediately after the publication of Either or. There once was a young man happily gifted as an Alcibiades. He went astray in the world, and in his distress looked about him for a Socrates, but he could not find one among his contemporaries. Then he asked the gods to transform him into a Socrates. And behold, the young man who had been so proud of being an Alcibiades was so ashamed and humbled by the grace the gods had bestowed upon him, that when he had received a gift of which he might well be proud, he felt himself the humblest of all. 12 years later, while engaged in the agitation which stirred Denmark so profoundly, he expressed the same thought more emphatically, reading into it a still deeper import. The point of view which I have to represent and expound is so absolutely unique that in the 1800 years of the history of Christendom there is, quite literally, nothing analogous or corresponding to which I might link myself. In this sense also, over against the 1800 years, I stand alone. The only analogy I have is Socrates. My task is a Socratic task. to revise the conception of what it means to be a Christian. I do not call myself a Christian (keeping the ideal free), but I can reveal the fact that the others are still less entitled to the name than I am. O noble, simple sage of antiquity, the only human being whom I admiringly acknowledge as a thinker, there is but little which tradition has handed down concerning you. True and only martyr of the intellect, equally great as character and as thinker, but that little, how infinitely much! How have I not longed, living in the midst of these battalions of thinkers that Christendom bring out into the field as Christian thinkers (for otherwise, in the course of the centuries, there have lived in Christendom a few individual thinkers of significance), how have I not longed for one short hour of converse with you? Christendom has been sunk into a veritable abyss of sophistry, far worse than that which prevailed when the sophists flourished in Greece. These legions of preachers and Christian docents are all sophists, earning their livelihood. Here is the ancient mark of the sophist: by filling with delusions the minds of those who understand nothing, and then making this mass, this number, this human majority, the test and standard of Christianity and truth. But I do not call myself a Christian. That this is very embarrassing to the sophists I understand very well, and I understand too that they would much prefer that I should loudly proclaim myself the only true Christian, and I know very well that the attempt has been made, untruthfully, to represent my agitation in this light, but I will not allow myself to be made a fool of. I do not call myself a Christian. O Socrates, if you had only loudly proclaimed yourself the wisest man in Greece, the sophists would soon have been able to finish it off with you. No, you made yourself ignorant, but at the same time you had the malicious characteristic that you could expose the fact (precisely as being ignorant) that the others had still less knowledge than you. They who did not even know that they were ignorant. An estimate of Kierkegaard's total significance in these terms it would require a more comprehensive and detailed study of his entire career to motivate. But it may be of interest simply to name a number of individual traits in his personality and his work which have a strong Socratic coloring. Such, for example, is his talent for conversation and for establishing a point of contact with all sorts and conditions of men. Such also is his living enthusiasm wrapped in an objectifying reflection. We note, too, a concentration of interest upon morals, with a corresponding depreciation of the significance of natural science and cosmological speculation, a devotion to the maieutic method and great skill in its exercise, and a tendency to ironical self-isolation. The instrumental subordination of the conceptual apparatus of thought to the ends of the personality, and a consequent high contempt for objective and external results, is also a Socratic trait. And finally, we have in Kierkegaard a concretely polemic attitude toward the currents of contemporary life, expressed in intimate personal contact, and with the assumption of some degree of personal risk and peril. End of recording. Regine and Socrates. Scandinavian Studies and Notes, Volume 6, Number 7, Soren Kierkegaard, by David F. Swenson, pages 8 to 15. Soren Kierkegaard, Various Readings. Scandinavian Studies and Notes, Volume 6, Number 7, Soren Kierkegaard, by David F. Swenson, University of Minnesota. Editor A. M. Strudevant, February 1920, Chapter 6, pages 16 to 21. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Either or. Chapter 6. Kierkegaard was unique in the degree to which his enormous energy of reflection was directed back upon himself. Subsequent criticism has uncovered very few points of view for his interpretation, not already suggested either in the literature itself or in the wealth of comment which the journals afford. In the unscientific postscript, his pseudonym, Johannes Climacus, reviews the ascetic literature and assigns to each work its place in relation to his own central thesis. Some years later, after the bulk of the religious literature had appeared, Kierkegaard wrote a literary autobiography to serve for an interpretation of the whole. The latter work, however, was not published during his lifetime. Only a brief abstract of it appears in pamphlet form. It was Kierkegaard's purpose, so he tells us in the course of his self-criticism, to formulate a definition of what it means to live, and to make this formulation fruitful and suggestive for life, stirring the reader to a degree of self-activity that might help him to find himself. He believed that the age suffered from an overabundance of knowledge. Life was being made increasingly unreal, since living was being confused with knowledge about life. In this situation it would be superfluous and even harmful merely to increase the store of knowledge already existing, even if it were possible to attain a considerable improvement upon current conceptions. This would only tend to promote the disease it was intended to cure. Kierkegaard therefore resolved systematically to eschew the abstract, objective, didactic, systematic, scientific form, and to choose instead the subjective and incidental form characteristic of a knowledge completely assimilated to the personality. In other words, he presents knowledge in use, as distinct from knowledge in the form of potentiality for use. To delineate different standpoints and ideals of life in this way is to present personalities, "existing in their thoughts," and thus revealing through self-expression the personal significance of the standpoints they occupy. As a consequence, the ascetic literature is pseudonymous and polyonymous. The different authors are Kierkegaard's creations, but "their words, their views, and even their prefaces are their own productions." Their standpoints nowhere precisely coincide with Kierkegaard's own. Being ideal personalities only, they can express themselves "with a disregard for consequences in good and evil, limited only by the requirements of an ideal consistency, a freedom that no actual author speaking in his own name could appropriately claim." The work with which the literature was launched is Either or, A Life Fragmented, by Victor Eremita, 1843. An ethical view of life is here contrasted with a purely ascetic attitude. There are two authors, an asceticist and an ethicist. Victor Eremita is merely the editor and publisher of the material, which has fallen into his hands by accident. The asceticist is the author of the papers that constitute the first volume, and is designated as A. The ethicist, B, is responsible for the second volume, consisting of letters written to A, couched in terms of friendly admonition. The title of the work suggests that the reader is confronted with a decisive alternative. He is invited to weigh and choose for himself. The style of the first volume is impassioned, and throughout the work the thoughts presented glow with the warmth of personal appropriation. The alternative presented is thus characterized both in its emotional and in its intellectual significance, and the service rendered to the reader is the Socratic one of formulating the question proposed with the greatest possible clarity and precision. The asceticist is purposely made the more brilliant of the two authors. His glowing fancy, his hectic eloquence, and his dialectic power are all devoted to the exploitation of quasi-Byronic despair. A group of lyrical aphorisms introduces the volume. One of these gives expression to the inner discord of a poet's life, while another has a certain symbolic character, as a hint of Kierkegaard's determination to utilize the comical as a factor in his literary program. I quote them here as typical of the tense eloquence characteristic of the entire volume. What is a poet? A poet is an unhappy creature. His heart is torn by secret sufferings, but his lips are so formed that when the cries and the sighs escape them, they create a sound of beautiful music. His fate is comparable to the fate of the wretched victims of the tyrant Phalaris, who were imprisoned in a brazen bull and slowly tortured over a low fire. Their cries could not reach the tyrant's ears, so as to strike terror into his heart, for they came forth transformed as sweet music. The men crowd about the poet and say, "Sing for us soon again." That means, "May your heart be tormented by new sufferings, and may your lips continue to be formed as before, for the cries would only disturb our peace, but the music is lively." And the critics come upon the scene and say, "Quite correct, so it ought to be. The rules of ascetics have been obeyed." To be sure, a critic resembles a poet by a hair, lacking only the sufferings in his heart and the music on his lips. And that is why I would rather be a swineherd and be understood by the swine than be a poet and be misunderstood by men. Something wonderful has happened to me. I was carried up into the seventh heaven. There all the gods were assembled together. As a mark of their especial favor, I was granted a wish. Said Mercury, "Will you have youth, or beauty, or power, or a long life, or the most beautiful of maidens, or some other of the many grand things we have here in the chest? You may choose what you will, but only one thing." For a moment I was at a loss, but quickly recovered myself, and addressed the gods as follows: "Honorable contemporaries, I choose always to have the laugh on my side." None of the gods answered me by a single word. On the contrary, they all began to laugh. This I interpreted as a sign that my wish was to be fulfilled, and I perceived that the gods knew how to express themselves with taste. For it would hardly have been suitable to the occasion for them to have answered me solemnly, "Your prayer is granted." End of quotations. The essays which make up the bulk of the volume deal with a variety of topics. There is a criticism of Mozart's Don Giovanni, which seeks to exhibit this opera as a classical expression for sensuous geniality, an essay on the topic of ancient and modern tragedy, including a sketch of a modified Antigone, psychological studies of Marie Beaumarchais, Donna Elvira, and Margaret in Goethe's Faust, an oration on The Unhappiest Man, a criticism of Scribe's comedy, The First Love, an essay entitled The Method of Rotations, describing how one may best escape being bored, and finally The Diary of the Seducer, in all respects the most amazing and brilliant production, a study of a reflective Don Juan, a highly complicated ascete who has concentrated himself upon the enjoyment of the feminine in all of its various nuances. B is a gentleman into whose house the young man who is the author of the preceding papers frequently comes as a welcome visitor. This gives occasion for the 2 long letters that make up the second volume. The subjects discussed are those which have been touched upon in conversation between them. Himself married, the ethicist writes in defense of marriage, presenting it as the deepest and most concrete manifestation of life, and hence as essentially fitted to bring out the ethical in its true significance. A second letter discusses, "the equilibrium between the ascetic and the ethical in the development of the personality." His ethical formula is, a choice of oneself, a choice by which the absolute distinction between good and evil receives validity for the will. In choosing himself, the ethicist also becomes manifest to the world, and enters into the life of the community so as to realize its social tasks. Time is interpreted as an ethical category, since it is the condition which makes a history and a development possible for the personality. The individual thus achieves an ethical continuity. The specifically ethical enthusiasm constitutes the individual's victory over ascetic secrecy, selfish, melancholy, illusory passion, and despair. Such a view of life, he asserts, does not destroy the ascetic, but preserves it and ennobles it. Quote, "When I view life from the ethical point of view, I see it in its beauty. Life becomes rich in beauty, and not poor, as it really is for you. I do not have to travel around the globe to find traces of beauty here and there, nor to rove about the streets. I do not have to choose and select, to criticize and reject. To be sure, I am not blessed with as much leisure as you are possessed of, for since I am in the habit of regarding my own life from the standpoint of its beauty, I always have enough to do. But sometimes, when I have an hour free, I take my stand at the window and observe the passers-by, and every human being that I see as having beauty. Let him be ever so insignificant and humble, I can nevertheless see his beauty, for I see him as this particular individual, who is at the same time the universal man. He has his concrete task in life. He does not exist for the sake of anyone else, even though he be the humblest of wage servants. His teleology is self-contained. He realizes his task, he conquers, and I can see his victory. For a brave man does not see spooks. A brave man sees everywhere victorious heroes. It is only the coward who can see no heroes, but only spooks." End of quote. At the close of the work is a sermon, the fruit of the meditation of a country parson, a friend of B's. It gives expression to that religious enthusiasm which overcomes the incommensurability existing between the infinite and the finite, removing the obstacles caused by the misunderstanding between God and man, by resolutely braving this misunderstanding out. Its theme is, quote, "the happiness to be derived from the thought that, as over against God, you are always in the wrong." Unquote. The final word of this sermon has a peculiar significance. The sermon ends, namely, with the epigrammatic proposition that, quote, "only the truth which edifies is truth for you." Unquote. This is a pragmatic principle on a higher level, and serves as a concrete expression for Kierkegaard's ethical individualism. The appeal to edification is not, as might perhaps be imagined, a refuge for vagueness of thought, since Kierkegaard gives the concept of edification itself an elaboration precise and definite. The ethic thus presented in the second part of Either Or is an ideal ethic. It ignores the possibility of a radical evil. It assumes that the individual may find himself, even in his despair, without breach of continuity with his former self, and without the necessity of a new point of departure. Now this is a view of the matter that Kierkegaard did not at the time hold. But he tells us that he wished to develop the implications of an ideal ethic before taking up the problem of evil. When a man has reached a point in his experience where the ethical ideal exists for him in all its infinitude, then, and not before, will he be prepared to have his attention called to the fact of the evil will. Here the strictly religious crisis begins, for here the individual needs divine assistance. An immanent ethical doctrine of life necessarily assumes that man finds his individual duty and destiny commensurate with the life of the community. The ethical and the universal are for such a view coincident. In the realization of his ethical task, the individual is consequently manifest to all and intelligible to his social environment. The individual neither needs nor experiences any private relationship with the divine, a relation distinguishable, that is to say, from the relationship which he sustains to the community. The community is for him essentially identical with the divine. God is like the horizon of the landscape, or like the point outside the picture, which determines its perspective. But God does not enter immediately into life as an individual factor. When the fact of sin is acknowledged, however, the whole situation is changed. An individual relationship to God becomes a life necessity, and it is only by a transcendence of the old immediacy and of the social relationships grounded therein that the ideal self can be found in its reality. Such a personal relationship between God and the individual is by Kierkegaard identified with the Christian concept of faith. The clarification of this concept thus becomes the next problem in his literary program. By means of 3 successive volumes he advances, step by step, to a psychological motivation for faith. Fear and Trembling, a dialectical lyric by Johannes de Salentio, 1843. The Repetition, a psychological experiment by Constantine Constantius, 1843. And Anxiety, a simple descriptive psychological inquiry with a view to the elucidation of the dogmatic problem of original sin, by Vigilius Hofniensis, 1844. The last named was published on the same day as the Philosophical Chips, and constitutes from the point of view of content a companion volume. End of recording. Either or by David F. Swenson, pages 16 to 21. Soren Kierkegaard, Various Readings, Scandinavian Studies and Notes, Volume 6, Number 7. Soren Kierkegaard, by David F. Swenson, University of Minnesota. Editor A. M. Sturtevant, February 1920. Chapter 6, pages 21 through 27. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fear and Trembling, etc. Fear and Trembling uses the story of Abraham's sacrifice of his son. Abraham is not a tragic hero, for he cannot claim, like Jephthah or the Roman consul, a higher ethical justification for his deed. His intention to sacrifice his son has a purely personal motivation, and one which no social ethic can acknowledge. For the highest ethical obligation that his life or the situation reveals is the father's duty of loving his son. Abraham is therefore either a murderer or a hero of faith. The detailed exposition elucidates Abraham's situation dialectically and lyrically, bringing out as problemata the teleological suspension of the ethical, the assumption of an absolute duty toward God, and the purely private character of Abraham's procedure, thus showing the paradoxical and transcendent character of a relation in which the individual, contrary to all rule, is precisely as an individual higher than the community. A number of examples of the tragic hero are delineated to form a background for the exposition. The Repetition attacks essentially the same problem, but modernizes the situation. A young man falls in love. He discovers to his surprise and chagrin that he has become a poet, and cannot fulfill his engagement to marry the young woman who was so unfortunate as to have awakened the poetic productivity within him. He struggles with himself for a while, and finally flees the field without leaving any word of explanation behind. His honor has received a blow, and his pride is wounded to the quick, but he is not conscious that he could have acted otherwise. In eloquent monologues he voices his despair and his sense of the bitter injustice that life has visited upon him. In his agony he discovers Job, whose plight seems to fit his case precisely. If Job is a fictitious character, I hereby assume full responsibility for his words. The story of Job helps him first to give vent to his emotions. Later, it suggests the possibility of a solution. Without having any clear idea as to ways and means, and with the probabilities of the case completely against him, he begins to expect a thunderstorm that will clear the air, give him back his honor, and show him that the whole experience is merely a trial. This expectation constitutes his analogy with Abraham, and gives him a resemblance to a believer. The actual resolution of his difficulty comes in a somewhat different form, with the news, namely, that his former fiancée has married another. This liberates him for a poet's career. The experience was transitory. Its result is a religious awakening, which does not quite break through, but registers itself in a profound but unutterable religious undertone. The author of the book, Constantine Constantius, follows the development of the young man's love affair in the role of a consulting psychologist. He is himself occupied with the problem of a repetition, which he interprets ascetically as the problem whether an experience gains or loses in aesthetic value by being repeated. He comes to the conclusion, based upon experience, that a satisfactory repetition is altogether impossible, and seeks comfort in a cynical self-limitation. The young man of the love affair illustrates the same problem, but in the form of a religious experience. He wins a repetition as a reintegration of his personality and as the restoration of his consciousness to its integrity in a higher form. It is in this latter sense that the concept of repetition becomes the chief subject matter of the book. The essential purport of this concept is the same as the Christian idea of a new creature, but viewed as if from afar and with a certain ambiguity, in hints and suggestions, in distant gleams. The alternation between the ascetic and the religious points of view gives occasion for dealing with the category in a variety of moods, mingling jest with earnest, in order, says the author, that the heretics may not be able to understand me. Repetition is described as the interest of metaphysics, and at the same time the interest upon which metaphysics makes shipwreck, the solution of every ethical view of life, the conditio sine qua non, the indispensable condition for every dogmatic problem. The psychological characterization of the concept is given in a beautiful passage which I shall here quote in extenso. Hope is a new garment, starched and stiff and glittering, but it has never yet been worn, and hence one does not know whether it will fit, or how it may become one. Memory is an old garment, and useless, however beautiful, for it has been outgrown. But the repetition is an imperishable garment, fitting closely and tenderly. It neither flutters too loosely about the person, nor presses the body too close. Hope is a beautiful girl, who slips away through your fingers. Memory is a handsome old lady, never quite serving the purpose of the moment. But the repetition is a beloved wife of whom you never tire, for it is only the new that tires. The old never tires, and when the mind is engrossed with the old, it is happy. Only he finds the true happiness who refuses to yield to the delusion that the repetition ought to give him something new, for then he will be bored. Hope is a prerogative of youth, and so is memory, but it requires courage to will the repetition. Whoever is content to hope is a coward, and whoever is content to remember is a pleasure seeker, but whoever has the courage to will the repetition is a man, and the more profoundly he has known how to interpret the repetition to himself, the deeper is his manhood. But whoever fails to comprehend that life is a repetition, and that this constitutes its beauty, condemns himself, and deserves no better fate than that which will eventually befall him, which is to be lost. For hope is an alluring fruit that fails to satisfy, and memory is a miserable pittance that fails to satisfy. But repetition is the daily bread that not only satisfies, but blesses. When a man has circumnavigated the globe, it will appear whether he has the courage to understand that life is a repetition, and the enthusiasm to find his happiness therein. Whoever does not circumnavigate the globe before he begins to live, does not begin to live. Whoever makes the journey, but is overtaken by weariness, shows that he had a poor constitution. But whoever chooses the repetition lives. He does not run here and there to catch butterflies like a child, nor does he stand on tiptoe to behold the glories of the world, for he knows them. He does not sit like an old woman at memory's spinning wheel, but he wins his way through life calmly and quietly, happy in the repetition. And what indeed would life be, if there were no repetition? Who could wish to be a tablet on which every moment time writes a new inscription, or a mere memorial of the past? Who could wish to be subject to everything that is new and flighty, and to permit his soul ever and again to be engrossed with an ephemeral pleasure? If God had not willed the repetition, the world would never have come into being, for he would have either permitted his fancy to pursue the easy plans of hope, or recalled it all and kept it only in the memory. But this he did not do, and therefore the world stands, and stands because it is a repetition. In repetition lies the reality and the earnestness of life. Whoever wills to repeat proves that his earnestness is full grown and mature. End of quotation. In the 2 volumes above described, faith is delineated in some of its more abstract and formal characteristics. It is described as it appears in exceptional situations, and with a psychological motivation that falls short of the concrete and decisive background which, according to the Christian teaching, it has for every man in the experience of sin. The advance to a more concrete treatment is made in the last of the above-mentioned volumes, Anxiety, and the Philosophical Chips occupies itself with the logic of the same situation that Anxiety psychologically describes. In the interval between the Philosophical Chips and its continuation, the unscientific postscript, Kierkegaard produced a new poetico-psychological treatment of the problems already dealt with. This résumé, which seems to have all the lyrical vitality and freshness of his first handling of the subject, is called Stages on the Way of Life, Studies by Various Authors, collected and published by Hilarious Bookbinder, 1845. The volume is divided into 3 parts, corresponding to the 3 spheres of life which Kierkegaard regarded as fundamental: the ascetic, the ethical, and the religious. The first part is a reminiscent reproduction of a banquet scene. In vino veritas, in wine there is the truth. 5 ascetics discourse on the subject of woman. Their speeches invite comparison with the similar discourses of Plato's Symposium, and neither in beauty of form nor in pregnancy of thought do they suffer by the comparison. The second part of the book deals with marriage and its problems from the standpoint of B, the ethicist of either or. To the ascetic proposition put forward in the first part, that the significance of woman culminates in the moment, the ethicist opposes the view that her beauty grows with the years. The ideal resolution with which marriage begins, and by which it is sustained, is eulogized as constituting the true ideality of human life, and the validity of marriage is defended against attacks from both the ascetic and the religious side. The third part, comprising the bulk of the book, is a "psychological experiment" by Frater Taciturnus, "guilty or not guilty." This is again the story of an unhappy love affair and a broken engagement, presented in the form of a diary. The subject of the experiment is equipped at the outset with a high-minded ethico-ascetic view of life, which his experience shatters. In his despair he is made to approach as nearly as possible to the problem of the forgiveness of sin, but without finding rest in a Christian interpretation of himself and his situation. Frater Taciturnus dissects him psychologically and indicates his idiosyncrasies, expounds the tragedy and the comedy of his situation, and points to a view of life, religious in character, and in advance of his own standpoint as a humorist, as being deducible from it all. The sympathetic collision described is brought home to the reader with tremendous force in a beautiful lyrical prose. In Kierkegaard's own view, this book is emotionally the richest of all his writings, but too ideal to become widely popular. Then came the continuation of the philosophical chips, with its strange title, Final Unscientific Postscript to the Philosophical Chips, a mimic pathetic dialectic composition, an existential presentment by Johannes Climacus, 1846. It discusses briefly the objective approaches to Christianity through biblical criticism, the authority of the Church, philosophical speculation, the evidences of Christianity's historical achievements. It dismisses all these modes of approach as incommensurable with the problems of Christianity, and as tending to subvert its significance. The rest of the book, through 500 pages of dialectic, humor, pathos, and irony, is devoted to the elucidation of the following subjective problem. I, Johannes Climacus, born and brought up here in Copenhagen, now 30 years old, assume that there exists for me, as well as for a servant girl or a professor of philosophy, a highest good. I have heard that Christianity conditions its attainment. I ask the question, how do I enter into relations with Christianity? The exposition of this personal question develops a philosophy of religion and, incidentally, an analysis of the concepts of reality and truth. It is here that Kierkegaard makes up his final accounting with the Hegelian philosophy, and with the interpretations of Christianity which rest on a Hegelian basis. The work is a sustained polemic, not only against Hegelianism, but against all system-making in philosophy, taking its stand upon an ethico-dynamic conception of reality, and emphasizing the categories of existence, actuality, life, over against the subjective thinker, the Greek philosopher whose life is an artistic embodiment of his thought. It sets by way of contrast the objective thinker, the German professor of philosophy, who feels bound to explain everything à tout prix, absolutely, and delivers him over to a comic interpretation. We smile at the life of the cloister, and yet no hermit ever lived so unreal a life as is common today, for the hermit did indeed abstract from the whole world, but he did not abstract from himself. We know how to describe the fantastic situation of the cloister, far from the haunts of men, in the solitude of the forests, visible in the pale blue of the distant horizon. But the fantastic situation of pure thought altogether escapes our attention. And yet, the pathetic unreality of the solitary monk is much to be preferred to the comic unreality of the pure thinker, and the passionate forgetfulness of the hermit which takes the world away from him is far better than the comical distraction of the world historic thinker, in which he forgets himself." The Unscientific Postscript is an extraordinary book. Its polemic coloring and the tremendous power of its dialectic naturally suggest the simile of the huge battleship with which it has been compared by Brandes. Its easy conversational tone, its aptness in anecdote and humorous characterization, the playful facility with which it handles the most difficult of abstractions, and its ironical self-depreciation mark it as embodying a quite novel species of philosophical writing. It is a philosophical introduction to Christianity of a most original kind. It describes, quote, "the way from philosophical speculation back to Christianity, from the profundity of philosophical thought to the simplicity of Christian faith, just as the previous ascetic pseudonyms had described the way from the poetic to the religious, from the interesting to the simple." End quote. Whatever actual significance they may come to have in the world, says Kierkegaard of these works in a personal note affixed to the Unscientific Postscript, in which note he acknowledges the authorship of the pseudonyms, is absolutely not to be found in the making of any new proposal, or in exploiting any unheard of discovery, or in beginning any new movement, or in taking up any advanced position. Their significance lies in the precise opposite, in the renunciation of all claim to significance, and in merely attempting to read through again, solo, at a distance of double reflection, the scriptures of our human, individual, existential relations, the old and well-known scripture, handed down to us from the Fathers, if possible, reading them through again with increased inwardness. Of the 21 religious discourses issued from time to time under his own name, while the above ascetic pseudonyms were being published, all but the last 3 strike the universal religious note, i.e., they attempt to exhaust the possibilities of edification in the religious sphere without drawing upon any of the conceptions peculiar to Christianity. The last 3, however, run parallel to the exposition of the chips and the postscript, and deal in edifying form with the considerations of these works, introduced problematically and ascetically. The Kierkegaardian literature has thus far brought its reader merely to the threshold of the Christian view of life, marking the end of the first phase of a most unique literary undertaking. End of recording. Scandinavian Studies and Notes, Volume 6, Number 7. Soren Kierkegaard, by David F. Swenson, University of Minnesota. Editor A. M. Sturtevant, February 1920. Chapter 6, pages 21 to 27. Soren Kierkegaard, Various Readings. Scandinavian Studies and Notes, Volume 6, Number 7. Soren Kierkegaard, by David F. Swenson, University of Minnesota. Editor A. M. Sturtevant, February 1920. Chapters 7 and 8, pages 27 through 36. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Corsair and Works of Love. Chapter 7. Despite the isolation which the unremitting labor of his authorship naturally imposed, Kierkegaard managed to keep in closest touch with his contemporaries. Although he received no visitors at home (except such as came to him for assistance, to whom his door was always open), he spent much time on the streets, talking with the acquaintances he chanced to meet, professors at the university, editors of Copenhagen newspapers, politicians and officials, writers and students, and men about town, or striking up a conversation with some casual passer-by. In this way he took his recreation of the afternoon, when he did not vary the program by one of his frequent carriage rides into the country. He took pains to make himself generally accessible, and the promiscuity of his intercourse was noticeable. This contact with men on the street had a considerable personal significance for him. Among other things, it helped to enrich his literary vocabulary. "What you have vainly sought for in books," says Frater Tacitus, "is suddenly illuminated for you, while listening to a servant girl, as she talks with another servant girl. An expression that you have vainly attempted to torture out of your own head you hear in passing. A soldier boy says it, and he does not dream how rich he is." End of that quotation. He felt that his mode of life tended to undermine the ideal conception of an aloof greatness, which the public might otherwise have formed of him. He notes Shakespeare's testimony in King Henry IV to the method by which, "a great host of kings and emperors and spiritual dignitaries, Jesuits and diplomats and clever people of all kinds," have known how to profit by the illusion of distance so as to enhance their personal reputation. But he would not adopt this method, preferring to give the situation the stamp of truth. "All the unselfish witnesses for the truth have always been accustomed to mingle much with men. They have never played hide and seek with the multitude." Simultaneously with the completion of the postscript, Kierkegaard ventured upon a step that resulted in placing him in a still more conspicuous position before the Copenhagen public. He became a standing comic figure in the most widely circulated journal of the town, the Corsair. This sheet had obtained a considerable ascendancy as a vehicle for ironical, leveling attacks upon well-known men, and was much feared. Kierkegaard thus describes its influence: "The whole population of Copenhagen had become ironical and witty, especially in proportion as it was ignorant and crude. There was nothing but irony first and irony last. If the matter had not been so serious, if I could bring myself to regard it from a purely ascetic standpoint, I would not wish to deny that it was the most ridiculous phenomenon I had ever witnessed. I believe that it would be necessary to travel far and wide, and even so be favored of fortune, before one could find anything so fundamentally comical. The whole population of a town, all these many thousands, became ironical." They became ironical by the aid of a journal, which again, ironically enough, by the aid of straw men as editors, succeeded in striking the dominant note, and the tone struck was the ironical. I believe it impossible to imagine anything more ridiculous. Irony presupposes a specific intellectual culture, which in every generation is very rare, and this chaos of people were ironical. But the matter was only too serious. This irony was of course nothing but in essence vulgarity, and in spite of a not inconsiderable degree of talent in the man who was its originating force, by passing over into these thousands of people, it became essentially a mob trait, a trait which is always only too popular. In view of the proportions of the little country, it threatened a complete moral dissolution. One must envisage at close range how no attack is so much feared as that which singles one out as an object of laughter. How even one who would bravely risk death for a stranger is not far from betraying his own father or mother when the danger is that of being laughed at. For such an attack isolates the victim more than any other, and at no point does it offer him the support of pathos. Frivolity and curiosity and vulgarity grin. The nervous cowardice, which itself trembles for fear of such an attack, cries that it is nothing. The wretched cowardice, which by the use of bribery or good words protects itself, cries that it is nothing. And even sympathy says that it is nothing. It is a terrible thing when in a little land idle prattle and vulgar grimaces threaten to constitute public opinion. End of that quotation. In parentheses, the word abbreviated. The publisher of the sheet in question was a talented young man who was himself an admirer of Kierkegaard, and the Corsair had more than once praised the pseudonyms to the skies. Victor Eremita had been pronounced immortal. From a sketch in the journals at the time it appears that Kierkegaard had projected a reply to this pronouncement, asking to be spared the distinction. A little later an opportunity offered itself, apropos of an article published by P. L. Moliere's literary yearbook, Gaia, Earth, in which Moliere had made some irresponsible animadversions upon the third part of Stages on the Way of Life, bringing it into connection with the gossip current in Copenhagen about Kierkegaard's engagement. This gentleman had described himself in the Dictionary of Authors as a regular contributor to the Corsair, author of pieces, "both lyrical and satirical." Frater Taciturnus replied to the criticism, taking a very superior tone, and took advantage of the fact just mentioned to add the following remark at the end. Now may I soon be put into the Corsair. It is pretty hard for an author to be so singled out in Danish literature that he (assuming that we pseudonyms are one) is the only one who is not vilified in its pages. My own principal, hilarious bookbinder, has been flattered in the Corsair, if my memory serves me right, and Victor Eremita has even had to endure the disgrace of being immortalized in the Corsair. And yet have I not already been there? For ubi spiritus ibi ecclesia, ubi P.L. Moliere, ibi the Corsair. Where the spirit is, there is the church. Where P.L. Moliere is, there is the Corsair. Our literary tramp, therefore, characteristically winds up his "visit to Sorrow" with one of these wretched Corsair attacks upon peaceable and respectable men who in honorable seclusion follow their vocations in the service of the state. Excellent men, in many ways deserving well, and in none having made themselves worthy of ridicule. End of that quotation. Nothing daunted by the delicacy of its own situation, the Corsair took up the gauntlet flung at it with an attack on Frater Taciturnus, the silent brother, who could not restrain himself, but had to reveal the secrets of the Corsair entrusted to him in confidence. Frater Taciturnus countered with a summary article, "The dialectical result of a piece of police work." With respect to a sheet like the Corsair, which, though read generally and by all sorts of people, has hitherto enjoyed the distinction of being ignored and despised, never answered, absolutely the only thing that could be done in a literary way was for one who had been praised and immortalized in its pages to ask to be vilified, thus expressing the moral literary order of things as reflected in the contrary order, which this sheet has done its best to establish. I assume that the procedure adopted has met with success. One can therefore engage vilification at the hands of the Corsair, just as one can hire a hurdy-gurdy to make music. I can do no more for others than this, to ask to be attacked myself. The falling cleverness of the Corsair and of its collective secret helpers, the professional tradesmen of wit and vulgarity, ought to be, and shall be, ignored in our literature, just as in civic life one ignores the public prostitute. The way is now open, and as the pseudonyms say, the method is changed. Everyone who is insulted by receiving the praise of this sheet can, if he happens to learn of the fact, reply, and thus testify to the judgment that decent literature has passed on the Corsair. It is to be permitted to pursue its livelihood by way of vilification and attack as much as it likes, but if it dares to praise, it shall meet with this brief reply, quote, "May I ask to be attacked? It is an unendurable disgrace to be immortalized in the Corsair." End of that quotation. Kierkegaard did not pursue the polemic further, but the Corsair kept up a steady fire of satire and caricature for many months. Kierkegaard was featured as he went about the streets, his umbrella under his arm. The thinness of his legs and the uneven length of his trousers were portrayed as characteristic idiosyncrasies, while vanity and pride were described as his besetting sins. It became exceedingly unpleasant for Kierkegaard to show himself on the streets in his accustomed manner. The mob grinned. Boys and hoodlums greeted him with a chorus of nicknames, and passers-by took occasion to inspect his trousers. If he stopped to talk with anyone, it made his interlocutor an object of embarrassing attention. So deep did the campaign sink into the popular consciousness that during this period and afterward one might find a nurse attempting to correct a child for faults of dress by calling it, quote, "Soren." Kierkegaard was not insensible, and the journals show how profoundly the experience affected him. As usual, his reflection explored all its various phases in an objectifying and idealizing manner. We have, as a byproduct, profound estimates of the press and its influence on public opinion, probing its anonymity and its irresponsibility in relation to characteristic features of modern life. On the other side, the aloofness and indifference which he met in relation to the matter from the side of the higher circles, in which it had previously been urged privately that something ought to be done about the Corsair, but where there was now maintained the most complete silence, leaving Kierkegaard to bear the brunt of the attack alone. This prudent aloofness confirmed Kierkegaard in his view of the mediocrity of the world, and gave a characteristic coloring to the religious literature that followed. In his subsequent description of the religious life, the inner collision by which a man comes into conflict with himself, a collision which had been the chief burden of his early delineation, began to yield precedence to the external collision, in which a man, in the pursuit of his duty, comes into conflict with his environment, a conflict whereby the performance of this duty becomes an act of true self-denial. A passage from The Works of Love will illustrate the new emphasis, which is characteristic of the second phase of his authorship. A self-denial of a merely human scope reasons as follows. Give up your selfish wishes, dreams, and plans, and you will be honored and respected and loved as just and wise. It is not difficult to see that this form of self-denial does not reach God, but remains on the worldly plane of a relationship between men. Christian self-denial reasons as follows. Give up your selfish wishes and desires, Give up your selfish plans and purposes. Become the servant of the good, in true disinterestedness of spirit, and prepare to find yourself hated and scorned and derided, just on that account, precisely as if you were a criminal. Or rather, do not merely prepare to find yourself in this situation, for that may be necessary, but choose it of your own free will. For Christian self-denial knows what will happen beforehand, and chooses the consequences voluntarily. Human self-denial rushes into danger without regard for the consequences, but the danger into which it rushes is one in which honor awaits the victor, and the admiration of his fellow men beckons the daring hero and urges him on. It is easy to see that this form of self-denial does not reach God, but it is delayed on the way, losing itself in the relativities of human life. Christian self-denial also rushes into danger without regard for the consequences, but the danger is one which the environment cannot interpret as yielding any honor to the victor, because the environment is itself blinded, ensnared, guilty. Thus the Christian is confronted by a double danger, for the derision of the spectator awaits the hero, whether he wins or loses. End of that quotation. Chapter 7. A volume of literary criticism devoted to the interpretation of a Danish novel, and notable for its characterization of the contemporary age as against the background of the revolutionary period, followed close upon the publication of the unscientific postscript. From the beginning, Kierkegaard's plan had not included a distinctively religious authorship, but rather an introduction to such an authorship. The underlying religious motivation was something he had intended to express by taking a charge as a clergyman in some country parish. But now, influenced partly by the trouble with the Corsair, partly by a sense of his own unfitness for an official position, and partly by the acquired momentum of his productive impulse, he determined to devote himself to religious writing. And thus his authorship entered upon its second phase. To the first half of this period belong Edifying Discourses, 1847, The Works of Love, 1848, and Christian Discourses, 1848. Though each religious discourse is complete in itself, the individual themes are logically connected, and the methodical and systematic advance so noticeably characteristic of the ascetic productions finds its counterpart also here, in a gradual approach to more and more concrete conceptions, and to an increasingly severe judgment of the actual contemporary life in the light of the ideals delineated. Edifying Discourses deals in a first section with the unity of the ethical ideal. Quote, that the heart can be clean only when it has a single aim, end quote, and that this singleness of aim is possible only to one who chooses the good, and actual only when he chooses the good in truth. In a second section, with the lessons to be learned from the lilies of the field and the birds of the air, contentment with our common humanity, an appreciation of its glory, and an understanding of its blessedness, which consists in first seeking the kingdom of God, and thirdly, with the gospel of suffering, quote, the happiness to be derived from the thought of following Christ, end quote. Quote, how the burden can be light though the sorrow is heavy, end quote. Quote, that the school of suffering prepares for eternity, end quote. Quote, that it is not the way which is narrow, but the narrowness which is the way, end quote. quote, that in relation to God we always suffer as those who are guilty, end quote. Quote, that eternity outweighs in its blessedness even the heaviest temporal suffering, end quote. And, quote, that the spirit of courage in suffering takes power away from the world and transforms derision into honor, defeat into victory, end quote. The Works of Love presents the elaboration of a social ethic on the basis of Christianity. It makes no attempt to formulate an ideal organization of society, nor does it so much as even give a suggestion of a hint of any external polity, but it deals profoundly with the attitude of the individual toward his fellow men. These are Christian reflections, says the preface, and therefore not about love, but about the works of love. They concern the works of love, not as if all its works were herein enumerated and described. Far from it. Not as if the particular works herein described were now described once for all. Praise God that this is impossible. For that which in its whole wealth is essentially inexhaustible is also in its least expression essentially indescribable, because it is essentially present everywhere in its wholeness, and essentially incapable of being described. End of quotation. The beauty and the simplicity of the language, the tender persuasiveness of the idealism, and the universality of its appeal make this perhaps the most popular of all Kierkegaard's religious writings. It forms a striking contribution to the world's sermonic literature. Christian Discourses contains in the first part a treatment of the anxieties of the pagan mind. Quote, the anxieties of poverty, of wealth, of lowliness, of high position, of presumption, of self-torture, of doubt, inconstancy and despair, end quote. Devoting a discourse to each. Second, a series of discourses on the Christian gospel of suffering. Third, a number of discourses critical of the prevailing religious situation under the caption, quote, thoughts which wound from behind in order to edify, end quote. And fourth, a treatment in sermonic form of the Christian doctrine of the atonement. 7 discourses on the Lord's Supper. The following significant motto is attached to the third section. Quote, Christianity needs no defense, and cannot be served by means of any defense. Christianity is always on the offensive. To defend Christianity is the most indefensible of all distortions of it, the most confusing and the most dangerous. It is unconsciously and cunningly to betray it. Christianity is always on the offensive, and Christendom, consequently, it attacks from behind. End quote. Here we meet with the first definite anticipation of the attack, which Kierkegaard was soon to make upon the open or tacit assumption, current in Christendom, of an established Christian order. A little ascetic article from Kierkegaard's pen, The Crisis in the Life of an Actress, saw the light in a Copenhagen journal during the summer of 1848, to serve notice upon the public that his exclusive devotion to religious themes for the past 2 or 3 years did not have its ground in an obtuseness to ascetic values. In the spring of the following year there were published anonymously 2 remarkable theological essays. Has a man the right to allow himself to be put to death for the truth? And The Difference Between a Genius and an Apostle. The former with an indirect bearing upon the atonement, and the latter attempting to clear up the Christian concept of authority. To the second half of Kierkegaard's religious authorship may be assigned the following volumes. The Sickness unto Death, 1849. Practical Introduction to Christianity, 1850. And For Self-Examination, 1851. In these writings, Kierkegaard presents the Christian teaching in its highest ideality, and with a reference to the prevailing state of religion in the Christian world. The ideal is presented sharply and clearly, without compromise. But the consequent judgment on Christendom is formulated as gently as possible, urging nothing but admissions in the interests of sincerity. Quote, "In order that we may learn to take refuge in grace, even with respect to the manner in which we use grace." End quote. The Sickness unto Death marks the appearance of a new pseudonym, Anticlimacus. The standard for human life here delineated that Kierkegaard did not wish to present it in his own name and character, as if his personal existence embodied it. It was therefore presented in the light of a poetic and imaginative rendering, for the ideal ought at least to be heard, under which Kierkegaard wished to humiliate himself qua reader. Too much the poet to be a reformer, he preferred to present himself as a spy in the service of the ideals, his mission being the Socratic one of detecting and exposing illusions. The journals from these years show the intensity of his feeling about what passes for Christianity in Christendom, his unmeasured contempt for its paltriness and its mediocrity. They disclose also the long-continued self-examination which preceded all these publications, and his anxious fear lest he should assume too high and authoritative a role, and say more than he had a right to utter. The Practical Introduction, for example, was written in 1848, but held back from publication for 2 years, while Kierkegaard was debating in what form it ought to appear, or if it ought to appear at all. It was finally published as by the pseudonym Anticlimacus, and the preface virtually appeals to the authorities of the Danish Church to make the admission that the religion preached and practiced in the Church was really a modification, several degrees lower than the Christianity of the New Testament. With such a concession publicly made by the highest authority, Kierkegaard felt that the established order could be made to embody a sufficient measure of sincerity and truth, so that it would be unnecessary for him, at least, to make any open attack upon it. No such admission was forthcoming, and Bishop Mynster found means to let Kierkegaard know, indirectly, that he regarded the Practical Introduction in the light of a vicious and dangerous exaggeration, not to say distortion, of Christian teaching. But he refused to discuss the matter with Kierkegaard personally, and publicly maintained silence. The Sickness unto Death is a psychological study of despair in its various forms, conscious and unconscious. Its point of view is that despair is a universal disease of the spirit, so that every man who has not been cured of it suffers from it, whether he knows it or not. And despair is an imperfect expression of sin. On a higher level of consciousness, despair reveals itself as the consciousness of sin. The Practical Introduction is perhaps the clearest and most precise exposition of the Christian dogma in its pragmatic significance and meaning for life to be found in any literature. It was published in a form carefully calculated in its bearing upon the concrete contemporary situation in Denmark. For Self-Examination, 2 series of discourses, of which the second was not published until after Kierkegaard's death, presents a critical estimate of Lutheran Protestantism, acknowledging the significance of Luther's mission as a corrective, but condemning modern Protestantism for taking advantage of Luther's one-sidedness to leave out the deeper ethical implications of Christianity, ignoring the requirement of following Christ, and, taking the grace of God in vain. The ideas which were to play a part in the grandiose agitation that followed some years later as the climax of Kierkegaard's career were now laid down in the religious literature as a whole, but as yet they were brought to bear at a distance from the actual situation in the form of imaginative delineations, suggesting no other requirement to the reader than concession, admission, and personal humiliation under the ideal. End of recording. Scandinavian Studies and Notes, Volume 6, Number 7, Soren Kierkegaard, by David F. Swenson, University of Minnesota. Editor A. M. Sturtevant, February 1920. Chapters 7 and 8, pages 27 through 36. Soren Kierkegaard, Various Readings. Scandinavian Studies and Notes, Volume 6, Number 7, Soren Kierkegaard, by David F. Swenson, University of Minnesota. Editor A. M. Sturtevant, February 1920. Chapters 9 and 10, pages 36 through 41. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Moment. Chapter 9. From September 1851 to December 1854, there was a pause in the steady stream of publications flowing from Kierkegaard's pen ever since the year 1843. His reflection had not become sterile, but its energy was consumed in self-preparation for a new role, one more decisive than any he had yet played, as the journals of the period bear witness. He was engaged in probing the distance between modern life and the ideals which it professes, and particularly his reflection seized upon the difference between the life of Christendom and the Christianity of the New Testament. As always, his thought was impassioned, pregnant with indignation and scorn. Financial worries, which had assailed him for some time, helped to mature his personality, and there are indications that Kierkegaard began during this period a course of self-discipline by means of ascetic exercises, to replace the somewhat luxurious life he had permitted himself earlier to lead. Then, in the year 1854, came an opportunity which, in view of his previous publications, appealed to him as a challenge that must be squarely met. In the fall of 1853, Bishop Münster died. He had been a pulpiteer of great ability, and as bishop he had ruled the church with a strong and conservative hand. Kierkegaard maintained close personal relations with him. Münster had been his father's pastor. He admired his ability, and had frequently defended him against attacks which he deemed unjustified. But he had not hesitated to let him know where and how far he differed from him. A few weeks after Münster's death, Professor Martensen (whose Christian dogmatics had so wide a vogue in theological circles at one time) preached a memorial sermon in which the late bishop was eulogized as "one more link in the holy chain of witnesses for the truth, stretching all the way from the days of the apostles to our own times." This idealization of Bishop Münster seemed to Kierkegaard an impudent falsification of the Christian ideal, symptomatic of that demoralization to which Christendom as a whole was subject. He wrote at once a brief but emphatic protest. Professor Martensen was a candidate for the vacant bishopric, and hence Kierkegaard postponed publication until the appointment was announced. so as to avoid entanglement with political cross-currents and other irrelevant considerations. Martensen received the appointment, and in December 1854 the article was published in the columns of a daily newspaper in Copenhagen. It places in question the truth of the assertion that Bishop Mynster was a witness for the truth, maintaining that both as regards the content of his preaching and the form of his personal life, Bishop Mynster fell far short of the Christian ideal of a witness. It accuses Professor Martensen of playing Christianity, just as children play at being soldiers. This decisive attack upon the ideal legitimization of the established order created a sensation and naturally awakened a storm of protest. Kierkegaard was accused of attacking the memory of the dead, and of violating the sanctity of the grave, of a lack of earnestness of purpose, of an overweening personal pride, of being insane, and of whatever else the wounded feelings of his antagonists could invent. But Kierkegaard brushed objections and objectors aside, keeping straight to his main theme, and maintaining it with increasing intensity. For 4 months, publishing altogether a score of articles at irregular intervals, Kierkegaard kept up the agitation in the columns of Fædrelandet, Fatherland. It quickly became clear that here was no attack upon the reputation of Bishop Mynster, as that phrase would be ordinarily understood, but that Denmark was confronted with a most searching critique of the whole established order which Bishop Mynster represented. Quote, "If Bishop Mynster is a witness for the truth, then every clergyman in the country, as even the blindest can see, is also a witness for the truth. What we call being a clergyman, priest, or bishop is a means of livelihood, just like every other in the community, and a means of livelihood carried on, if you please, within a community where all call themselves Christians, where there is therefore not the slightest danger connected with the preaching of the Christian doctrine, but where, on the contrary, this situation in life must be regarded as one of the most respected and attractive. Now I ask, is there the slightest resemblance between these clergymen, priests, bishops, and what Christ calls his witnesses? Or is it not ridiculous to call such clergymen, priests, bishops, quote, witnesses, end quote, in the sense of the New Testament, as ridiculous as to call field maneuvers in the time of peace, war? But Bishop Martensen persists in calling them witnesses, witnesses for the truth. If the clergy understood their own interests in the matter, they would without delay petition the bishop to give up his terminology, which puts the whole profession, to say the least, in a ridiculous light. For I know several most respectable and able, very able clergymen, but I venture to say that in the whole kingdom there is not one who, when viewed in the light of a witness for the truth, does not present a comic figure." End quote. With rapid strides and bold strokes, Kierkegaard advanced to the position that the notion of a Christian people or nation is an illusion, that a Christianity with official sanction and authority is directly contrary to the teaching of Christ, that Protestantism in general is a silly, dishonest perversion of Christianity, and that New Testament Christianity is so completely non-existent in modern states that it is nonsense even to talk of a reformation, there being nothing to reform. In 2 separately published leaflets, the situation was intensified, almost to the breaking point. Quote, "Wherever you are, my friend, and whatever your life may be, by refusing any longer to take part, (if you have hitherto done so), in the public worship as it is now conducted, with the pretense of being the New Testament Christianity, you will have one less crime, and a heavy one, upon your conscience, for you will no longer take part in making a mockery of God." End quote. And shortly after this pronouncement, he sharply called the attention of the public to the fact that the clergy were bound by oath to the New Testament, and then went on to apply the words of Christ in Matthew 23, verses 29 through 33, and Luke 11, 47 and 48, without reservation, to an official Christianity of every description, and particularly to that of the Danish Church. The last week in May, Kierkegaard began the publication of a pamphlet called The Moment, in which altogether 9 numbers appeared up to the end of September. A 10th number was made ready for publication, but its appearance was delayed by Kierkegaard's last illness, so that it came to be published posthumously. In these stirring pamphlets the agitation is carried on to its last consequences, and the measure of the distance between the Christian ideal and the actual life of the Christian world is taken with a certainty and an accuracy that leaves no illusion unexposed. "He was a great agitator," says Brandes. "His soul was full to the brim with a living indignation, and he had the language completely in his power. By his religious writings he had trained himself to speak the plain man's tongue, and his quiver was full of the sharpest arrows of wit. He was just the man to carry on an agitation of which the 19th century will scarcely see the equal. He united the personal weight of a Lassen to the eloquence of an O'Connell and the biting scorn of a Dean Swift. It is impossible to describe his procedure. One must see how he chisels his scorn into linguistic form, and hammers the word until it shapes itself into the greatest possible, the bloodiest injury, without for a moment ceasing to be the vehicle of an idea." His purpose was ideal. He had no finite end in view, no proposal of a changed organization, no displacement of authorities, no derogation of persons, nothing but a clarification of consciousness in the direction of greater honesty and sincerity. For those who wondered what his motive might be, he replied, quote, "I want honesty. I do not represent Christian severity as over against Christian mildness, by no means. I represent neither severity nor mildness. I stand for human honesty. And if the human race or my contemporaries wish honestly, sincerely, frankly, openly, to rebel against Christianity and to say to God, quote, 'We cannot and will not subject ourselves to this power,' end quote, well and good, providing this be done openly, frankly, and sincerely, then, however strange it may seem to me to say this, I am with them, for I want honesty." End quote. In October 1855 he fell in a faint on the street, and was taken to a hospital. In the notes of the young interne who kept an account of the case, there are incorporated certain expressions to which Kierkegaard gave utterance. The following is from the first day's journal. Quote, "He considers his disease mortal. His death is necessary to the cause he has used all his spiritual and intellectual powers to further, the cause for which alone he has lived, and which he considers himself especially called and fitted to serve. Whence the great intellectual powers with which he has been endowed in connection with so frail a body. If he were to live, he would have to continue his religious agitation, but people would soon tire of it. If he dies, on the other hand, the strength of his cause will be maintained, and as he thinks, its victory." End quote. On the 11th of November he died, 42 years and 6 months old. It appeals as a fitting poetic symbolism that the patrimony which had made his untiring literary labors possible should have been found just exhausted at the time of his death. Chapter 10. It would be interesting to speculate upon the reputation that Kierkegaard might have attained, and the extent of the influence he might have exerted if he had written in one of the major European languages, instead of in the tongue of one of the smallest countries in the world. An idealism more powerful and more consistent than that of either Emerson or Carlyle. A democratic individualism as thoroughgoing as the aristocratic individualism of Nietzsche, and presented with an equally passionate intensity. An ethical voluntarism, clothed in a literary form, as persuasive as that of Schopenhauer's philosophy, and a species of pragmatism more carefully and thoroughly worked out than that of either James or Bergson. These qualities must have attracted worldwide attention. And yet he himself believed that the limitations under which he was compelled to labor, and the consequent lack of any effective opposition from the outside, was a necessary factor in the peculiar development of his personality, and one demanded by his peculiar task. Had he written in English or in German, there would have naturally been enough significant opposition to have consumed a great part of his energy in external polemic. As it was, the outward opposition was negligible. He was compelled to set his own standard and to be his own critic. His reflection was thus turned inward in a greater measure than would otherwise have been possible. This he regarded as essential for the kind of literature it was his mission to produce. This literature will always remain, in one sense, a luxury. It does not have the kind of one-sidedness which would adapt it for the foundation of a school, or the promotion of a movement. Nevertheless, it is bound to have an enduring significance, for it, delineates the essential thought determinations of life and of individual existence in a manner more dialectically precise and more emotionally primitive than anything comparable to be found in any modern literature. David F. Swenson, University of Minnesota. End of article. Scandinavian Studies and Notes, Volume 6, Number 7, Soren Kierkegaard, by David F. Swenson, University of Minnesota. Editor A. M. Sturtevant, February 1920. Pages 1 through 41. Soren Kierkegaard, Various Readings. The Philosophy of Religion on the Basis of Its History, Volume 2, by Otto Fliederer, 1887, pages 209 to 213. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anti-Rational View of Christianity. But it must be said that we cannot arrive at a clear and decided judgment of any form of Christianity which is not consistently worked out. Cofton's view appears to me to stop short of its legitimate conclusion, as he attributes value not only to the supreme good of the beyond, but also in a relative degree to the moral ends of this world, which stand in no necessary connection with the former. The full energy of the purely transcendental, and therefore anti-rational view of Christianity, we do not find in Cofton, we find it in the Dane, Soren Kierkegaard. Note 1. One of his works is translated into German, viz. Exercises in Christianity, translated by A. Barthold, Halle, 1878, and gives a tolerably clear representation of Kierkegaard's original style of thought. I have also had at my disposal a number of papers by the Danish scholars H. Brochner and S. Heegard, which Dr. Alexander Thorso of Copenhagen was good enough to translate for me. End of note. Soren Kierkegaard sets out like the Neo-Kantians from the position that truth is not a matter of objective thought at all, since such thought has for its contents some form or other of being, and hence is quite inadequate for the existing, which is not a being, but a becoming. Christianity, in particular, is not a truth which could ever be the subject of scientific knowledge, whether called philosophical or theological or historical. It is rather a relation of existence, which can only be the subject of personal experience, of passionate, infinitely interested appropriation. The truth of it consists entirely in the subjective inwardness and passionateness of personal appropriation of, and absorption in, the absolute relation of existences on which salvation or its opposite depends. The way to Christianity accordingly does not lead through objective thought, which, so far as it is philosophical, is a delusion. So far as it is historical, can only attain to an approximation to the truth, not to the truth itself. But equally little does the way to Christianity lead through the Church, which, in its character as Christendom existing in alliance with the world, is rather a declension from true Christianity than the way to it. The way to it is no other than subjective thought, self-collection about one's own existence, infinite concern about oneself and one's sins, and the infinite passion of faith, or of absorption, arising from the deepest subjective interest in one's personal relation to the divine. But this way possesses several stages and leads through various forms of existence. The first stage is that of immediate or ascetic existence, where life is directed to enjoyment and consists in the passionate laying hold of the moment and of its fortuitous goods at each time, without any constancy of direction or any consciousness of the eternal value of the spirit. This stage leads to despair, which as finite leads to hardening, but as absolute to submission, and so to healing. The ego has to choose between its fortuitous individuality and its eternal spiritual validity. As it determines for the latter, it has gained itself in its freedom or absoluteness, and has passed therewith to the position of ethical existence. But the self which has attained its freedom can only maintain it by constantly realizing it. The ethical man is eo ipso, the acting man. The absolute freedom can only be realized as one with absolute dependence, for example, in the fulfillment of duty, especially of the man's calling, in which the universally human comes to individual expression. But the individual faints under the absolute demand of infinity, and comes to require higher assistance, and so the ethical is shown to be a mere transitional sphere on the way to the higher, the religious sphere. The first form of this existence, not yet specifically Christian, is that of general religious inwardness, or of absolute direction to the absolute end of eternal salvation. But this absolute end does not admit of being reconciled with the relative ends of finiteness, and so the man who directs himself to that end finds himself confronted with the task of renouncing his finite existence in its relative ends, no longer having his life in them, and in this pathos of self-renunciation accomplishing an act which transcends merely moral action. The fundamental quality of the religious life is suffering. To be without suffering is to be without religion. But the meaning of suffering is self-effacement, which, however, is not a spiritless giving up of ourself, but the strenuous exertion of an uninterrupted struggle for self-mastery. The relation of man to the eternal presents itself primarily as a consciousness of sin and guilt, and out of this comes the specific Christian religious spirit through the faith which lays hold of the paradox, God manifested in time as man, and looks for its salvation from its relation to the eternal, who came into the limits of time, to the divine, which put on an individual existence. It is the very essence of Christian faith, Kierkegaard strongly insists, that it conflicts with all the laws and forms of thought, declaring the birth of the eternal in a particular moment of time, and the union of God with an individual man in the historical God-man. But this very paradox, which to thought is the inconceivable itself, is all the more the highest, certainly to faith. Faith lays hold of it, afresh every moment, with the infinite energy of a passionate desire of salvation, and carries it off, as it were, in spite of the opposition of the understanding, maintaining it on the strength of its own subjective feeling in spite of everything objective. Faith, according to Kierkegaard, conflicts not merely with particular forms of thought, but with thought itself, and entirely. It throws all the rational contents of consciousness overboard on principle, and loses itself with its consciousness of sin in the paradox of the grace which appeared in time in the God-man, in this absolute miracle, thus becoming contemporary with Christ. But this opposition contained in faith to what is naturally human is not limited to the intellectual side. It affects the practical side as well. As the miracle of faith can never be reconciled with reason, the life of faith can never have anything in common with the life of the world. As the need of salvation demands the breach with thought, so it demands that a breach should be made with the finite interests of the world. The absolute religious relation does not, according to Kierkegaard, transcend the relative ethical relations of the life of the world, in the sense that it embraces them in itself and seeks to develop its power in them, and to elevate them to absolute divine worth and importance. Its relation to them is that of indifference, exclusion, negation. It claims man's whole strength for itself, requires him to refer himself absolutely to the absolute at every moment, and sum up all his desires in a convulsive assertion of his entirely subjective relation to God, to his eternal end, to salvation. Then he has no strength left for ethical relations. They must of necessity disappear as unessential and valueless in comparison to the infinite religious relation, because they fall outside of it. Hence, Kierkegaard can only find true Christianity in entire renunciation of the world, in the following of Christ in lowliness and suffering, especially when met by hatred and persecution on the part of the world. Hence his passionate polemic against ecclesiastical Christianity, which he says has fallen away from Christ by coming to a peaceful understanding with the world and conforming itself to the world's life. True Christianity, on the contrary, is a constant polemical pathos, a battle against reason, nature, and the world. Its commandment is enmity with the world. Its way of life is the death of the naturally human. Not only was this negative relation characteristic of it at its first appearance, this is still its abiding essence, and hence, so long as Christianity remains true to its nature, it can only call forth the most extreme opposition, hatred, and scorn on the part of the world. Where this is not the case, as in the Christianity of the Church, it is a sign that true Christianity is adulterated and perverted, since it can never be the affair of the mass, but only of the individuals who renounce the world in order to find God and to save their souls. This is a consistent theory. It teaches with a resolution worthy of Tertullian, not in theory only, but in earnest, contempt of reason and science, of nature and of cultivation, of the morals and customs of the world, of marriage as well as others, and of a church which conforms to the world. And there is something refreshing, something commanding in this resolute consistency, when we contrast it with the half-measures and ambiguities of our Neo-Kantian theologians. It has also the advantage of being incapable of refutation, since refutation can only take place by grounds of reason, the validity of which is here denied in advance. The position is therefore unassailable. Yet its trees will not grow till they reach heaven. That is certain from the constitution of human nature. The reason in which cannot be uprooted, and was not abolished by Christianity either, so that abstinence from the use of reason in thought and action cannot be permanently epidemic. End of recording. The Philosophy of Religion on the Basis of its History, Volume 2, by Otto Fliederer, 1887, pages 209 to 213.